Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Why is our there it is. Okay, we got Aaron working here. Good morning, Aaron. How are you doing?
Good morning. I am good. It was a heck of an evening.
You're
Things
officially
are
a college football
very
champion.
good here. Very good here in Indiana.
That's right. Well, I'll let you
The,
go ahead and dive into it.
the what? All right, sounds good. Good morning, everybody. One sec, just finishing sending these out. Hope everybody had a good evening. If you guys were fortunate enough to stay up and watch my Hoosiers, it is a very happy day in Indiana. Very, very happy day in Indiana. Morning, Rick, Edward, Art, Tommy B up and at it. Miss Amanda, good morning. Thank you, Amanda. That was very cool. I'm sure Florida was hopping too last night. Lar, good morning. I think we got all these out. Let me just double check one thing here, guys. Make sure everybody knows that we are back this morning. All right, I think we got it all. All right. There's number one, there's number two. I'm just making sure that I'm spamming all the channels like you told me about, Ed. And I'm getting all these out there. All right. Ellie Hayes, good morning. Jay Wavy, good morning. Everybody had a nice long weekend away from the markets. Just waiting on a couple more people to get in here. Swear jars at 54 bucks. Apparently everybody is behaving themselves. We've been at 54 bucks for a while. I don't plan on going on a rant and filling that thing up. All right. Silo 6. Nice. Did you have a vested interest in the game there, RC? Very good. Miss Tomika, always a pleasure. Good morning. What counts as a swear? No, I'm not going to list them off. Thanks, though, Ed. Morning, Peter. All right. Yeah, what a heck of a football game. Holy moly. That was, man, they were, oh, thought we were going to pull away, but geez, that was something. That was something. So I'm sure Mark Cuban got off his wallet last night after the big win. Yes, and I know exactly what you're talking about. That's funny. Yes. There was a game. Don't give me that, Peter. All right. Yeah, that was exciting, man. That was something. If you guys don't follow college football, IU, Indiana University, um, had I think the third worst collective losing record in the history of college football, and in 2 years, they went from just a doormat to national champs. So it was cool. It was cool. You know, one thing that they did, and you got to give Signetti credit for this. He's the coach of IU. Is that was that's like one of the oldest teams. Like their average age is like 23, right? It's almost 24 years old. So, you know, it's kind of shifting into that more mature, lineup, you know, as opposed to Hang on, I just got a message. Somebody asking, I haven't been able to join YouTube. Is there a trick I'm missing? Hang on, let me send this guy the link. There we go. Okay, so pretty exciting stuff. Yeah, I know. Can't join YouTube. Yeah, that I know. That's kind of a strange one. All right. Okay. All right, Mr. Wolf. Good morning. All right. So anyway, yes, very exciting. That very just a really big deal in Indiana, right? It's making the day seem a little warmer, even though it's 4 right now. 4. It's a whole 4 degrees here. All right. Okay, well, let's get started, guys. So starting off on news, there's really nothing on the tape for today. We do have, they keep having this on here. This ADP weekly employment change is tentative, but you know, there's nothing we can really forecast on that or like when that's going to be or anything. So there's really not a whole lot going on our econ news. Now, obviously, there's a lot of geopolitical stuff going on with tariffs flying. Tariffs are just flying all over the place, from Europe to the States to everywhere. Everybody's tariff, right? So I don't know if you guys remember, but back in April, we had our first, you know, the markets had their first tariff tantrum, which actually ended up being just an enormous opportunity. And we'll get to that in a second. But really nothing on the tape for today. Now, going into the rest of the week, things start to get pretty busy. All right, tomorrow we have President Trump speaking at 8:30, right? But then we've got PCE, core PCE is an inflation print. This is on Thursday. So that's probably our biggest news of the week right there. All right. But and then going into Friday, we've got flash manufacturing, flash services, PMI. So plenty of stuff, you know, to get us moving going into tomorrow. But today, just really not a whole lot going on. Okay. So -8 in Wisconsin. Sorry, allegedly Wisconsin. -8. Wow, cold, just cold. Okay. All right, so moving on. Let's get to it. What am I doing? There we go. Okay. All right. I got a runny nose this morning. Yep, good thing you live in Miami. That's right. That's right, Edward. Oh, congrats, Edward. How was the ice fishing? Tell us about the ice fishing. Granted, it's hard to ice fish in Miami, but if you were ice fishing this weekend, how'd it go? Little birdie told me that you caught a big, I don't know if that was a muskie or a northern or what it was, but yes. Never been ice fishing. That's something I've never done. Never been ice fishing. Never been ice fishing. Amanda, I'm sure that ice fishing doesn't really fall into one of your hobbies. You Cali people too. Sure, it doesn't fall into that. Oh, that was a walleye. Wow. Very nice. All right. Exciting Nate in Texas. Yeah, not a whole lot of ice fishing going on in Texas. All right. Morning, Nate. Miss Mary Rose, how are you? Good morning, Omar. All right. Fix a real man. Now we're getting after it. Okay, let's get to it before there's more infighting. All right, about ice fishing and who's a man and who's not. Um, let's get to it here. All right, so we got a lot. We got a lot to cover. So starting off in the VIX. Now this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. VIX, the index, is something totally different. Okay, we just call it the VIX because I can't pronounce VX. All right. So we're in rollover. All right. So today is the last day of the current VIX contract. All right. So it's rollover is always a enjoyable time. Now, when we look at the continuous contract, okay, here's the continuous contract. So it's still now trading view. You're going to be all over the place. All right. It already gapped, or it already rolled over. It already did that. So it's going to look a little bit different for you guys, but just follow along with me here. Here's the continuous, all right? And this is still showing the January contract. Thinkorswim hasn't rolled it over yet. But you can see from our highs on the continuous, okay? These were our highs. You can just make this draw if you want to. Okay, draw from the 25.20, okay, to these 15.95s. All right, so that is what I am putting onto the new contract, okay, because I'm just simulating, because the new contract is going to roll over somewhere in here. Remember, they just cut and paste the price when it rolls over. All right, so we're drawing from the 25.20 down to the 15.95. So when you go to the new contract, which is G, as in golf, all right, you're drawing from the 25.20, let me move that down one, 25.20 to the 15.95. Well, you can see on the new contract, and we're just simulating what's going to happen when it rolls over to that continuous. We're right up here, real close to resistance, right? And remember, if the VIX starts falling, that's bullish for the indices, right? So how are we going to confirm? Let me get rid of this. How are we going to confirm here that we've traded into resistance? Well, there's this long. We'll go down to the 1 hour. Okay, there's this little series of longs walking us up. All right, and here's the current one that we're in. We're drawing from the 18.95. This is on the new contract, the G contract, 18.95 to these 20.05s. All right, and that is right there. That gives us, okay, these 1937s as a 61.8. Okay, those 1937 round down to the nearest nickel, 1935, and then subtract a tick, 1930. So 1930s and above, the indices can continue their sell-off. If we break the 30s, okay, I want to explain how big of a deal this is. Okay, if we break the 30s, right, and trade 25, that series of longs is broken at a resistance level. Now, where does that mean we're going to fall? Well, then we have to look at old contract lows to new contract highs. So go back to VIX. Our old contract lows are down here at 15.80. Okay, this is on the continuous. So that's the low on the continuous, 15.80. All right, and when we move that, or we add that to this, so we're going to draw from the 15.80. Where is that? Right there. Oh, I nailed it. Nice. So 15.80 to highs. Now look at that. Okay, indices will rip. Absolutely rip. Look how far that is. This is a 1 hour chart. Okay. So these 1530s are a huge, or these 1930s are a huge deal. Okay, 1930s are a huge deal because if those break, there's going to be shorts on the VIX, longs on the indices, all the way down at least to these 1795s. Okay, that's a long way on the VIX. That's like almost $2, right? So that's a long way. Okay, so this is a straight up or not at all type scenario. All right, now I know all this might seem confusing, but once we roll over to tomorrow, so like all I'm looking at here, so we're say at 1955 right now, that's the price. If we go to the new contract, 1955, or go to the continuous, those 1955s would put us like right up in here. Okay, so that's all I'm doing here. All right. So we can watch the G contract. All right, we can watch the G contract and these 1930s. Okay, because if those break, then the indices are going to rip. If we hold, the indices can continue their sell-off. All right. No, on TradingView, I would watch I'd watch the G contract on TradingView. Just watch the specific G contract. That's the easiest way to do this. And then you're just drawing from these 1895s to highs. All right. So there we go. Okay, so to boil all that down, easiest thing to watch this morning is on the new contract, on the G contract, and just draw from this low on Monday, right? These 1895s to highs. Okay? And that's what we're looking at right there. All right. Any questions? Any questions at all? Don't get wrapped up in the narratives, guys. Okay? You hear people all the time saying, oh, well, I think it's going to do this, and I think it's going to do this. Well, it should do this because we had this news come out, right? Had all this tariff stuff. I'm going to predict that it's going to fall for the next, no, right? Narratives don't mean anything. Our opinions mean zero, okay? It's just what is price saying, right? Well, price is telling us right now that if we stay above those 1930s, indices can continue to be weak, right? We break the 30s, heads up, right? Wouldn't want to stand in front of the indices because the VIX has all this room, right? All that room. You have the 2520, but you need a low point. 1895. Just draw from 1895 to 2005, and that gives you that. Oh, are you talking on a great big time frame? We're getting a little pop here on the VIX. All right. Okay. All right. We're getting something coming out. Did they announce that? Hang on one second. Let me look at one thing. Hang on real quick, guys. I need to turn my camera off. Hang on one second. Let me look at something. Hang on one second. One second, guys. All right. I think, hang on. Let me get this back. Hang on. All right. All right. Well, if anybody wants to pull up, he's going someone swear nice. Yeah, let's take, well, on that, okay. We're moving. All right. So anyway, all right, we need to keep an eye on this, guys. These targets are up at 2030. All right. So we need to keep an eye on this here. This is just coming out of, from everything I can see, this is just coming out of support. All right. So we'll see. We'll see. Don't want to get too excited here. All right. Because this affects everything, right? Stocks, all that fun stuff. So, oh, and let me backtrack here why this is going on. Let me backtrack here and show you guys something that's pretty darn important. Okay. You can see this. What is happening to our bond markets? This is what's flinging us. Okay. Here's ZB. All right. This is the 30-year. Okay. This is the 30-year bond. All right. So bonds down, yields higher. Right. Bonds down, rates up. Okay. So our bonds are obviously tanking. All right. Now, I don't want to get too far ahead, but you can see ZB and ZN, these bonds are tanking right now. Okay. Here's the 10-year. All right. There's a 10-year just broke. All right. That's kind of a big deal. 1 second. All right. So the 10-year just broke its series of measured move longs. Okay. On the daily chart. That's spooky. All right. Now what this can cause, and I know I'm going kind of out of order. Morning, Frank. I know I'm going kind of out of order here, but we got to pay attention to this. All right, because this affects rates, right? So these bonds falling now, the one thing we're going to have to watch out for, and you'll probably start hearing this on the news, okay, is we're going to have to start watching out for a carry trade unwind if this happens, if this continues, because this can spark that, this can facilitate that if bonds start tanking. Okay, so there's a lot going on under the surface here, and we're going to have to pay attention to that. Okay, so just keep that in mind, that if you see things like what was just happening, there's underlying reasons for that. All right, let's go back to the 30-year here. That gives us the bigger picture. So keep an eye on that. You can watch ZB or ZN. Those are the 10-year and the 30-year bond futures. All right. See that drop? Okay. So we're going to have to pay attention to that going forward. We don't talk about these much, but when stuff like this starts happening, we do. All right. Okay. All right. So there's a lot of underlying currency stuff going on here that could facilitate a lot of stuff. All right. So what we're going to watch here, it'd probably be best if you're looking to put on long-term positions, not just intraday, but longer-term stuff. Me personally, I'm going to let the morning kind of settle and see where we are with all the volatility that's going to show up at our open, with what's going on geopolitically, and then obviously with our bond markets. All right. But as of now, the VIX is defending, okay, these 1930s. And as long as that continues, right, that is bearishness for the indices. Okay, that is bearishness for the indices. That's an increase in volatility, which is bearish for the indices. All right. Okay, so any question now? All this VIX stuff will be settled at the end of the day today, because the VIX is going to expire. The current contract is going to expire. All right, so morning, Casper. Good morning. All right, so any questions on the VIX here? Any questions? Anybody? Yeah, that's that currency stuff that's going on right now with the dollar. We will get to that in a second. Okay, everybody good? All right, so now moving on to our financials. So here's bank, okay? This is our halfway back in the year. Okay, there's our halfway back in the year. Now remember, bank's just an index. It's not, this isn't traded. But when bank is falling, right, that's a headwind against the indices. When bank is rising, that's a tailwind. So our halfway back on the year, right, it broke the first time, but again, these draws don't have to be, it doesn't have to respect it perfectly because it's not traded, just an index. We just use these draws as a guide. So the most aggressive we could get would be from these lows on the 14th, okay, to our highs. So we'll see where bank opens up. More than likely it's going to gap down, but we'll see where we open up and what direction we get moving. Remember, if it gaps up or down, that doesn't mean anything. It's just what direction we get moving. Okay? All right, so there's our financials. You can see they've got room for a pullback, right? They absolutely have room for a pullback. Okay, so let's get to the ES now. All right, so on the larger time frame, right, nothing is broken. All right, let me move this now. Okay, but you can see we do have room for a pullback. So on the daily chart, from our lows on November 21st to our highs, you can see this traded, right? And then at our target, there's our profit taking coming off the target, just same anchor new high. So those are down here at these 67.80s. Okay, so there is room, right? There is room for a pullback. We've still got these massive targets above us up at 71.40. Now on the intraday, let me go to the 15. All right, on the intraday, you can see those 67.80s are down here. Now, what we're watching, inverse of the VIX, and you'll see this on all the other indices, inverse of the VIX, right? We've got these 69.1675s, okay, to lows. And bam, that's what we're coming out of. All right, that right there is the equivalent, it's just inverse of this. Okay, so we're watching from these Monday at 6 p.m. And this is Monday at 6 p.m. right there. Okay, so that's just inverse of the VIX draw. All right. So that's what we're looking at going into the morning. Again, those 1930s, right, are everything. Dude, those 1930s are everything. Stay above those, indices can continue their short trend. We break them, indices are going to scream higher. All right. Now, as far as the gap fill, remember, yesterday was a trading halt and a half day. So could this gap fill come into play? Yeah, absolutely it could. But the one that as we go forward, the big one is up here. At the 69.7650s is what this is. Okay, so that's what the market will, that's where the vacuum is, right? That's where the vacuum is, because we don't put a whole lot of faith into this, because it's just a trading halt half day, right? So for today, we can watch this. These are the 69.1325, so we can pay attention to that. But if the VIX doesn't break those 30s, then the indices are just going to continue to go sideways to down. Okay. And then, but the big thing that I want to stress about this is if you go back and look, okay, right, at these pullbacks, okay, these were, oh my gosh, the market's dying forever moments. Okay. So if we get another one, but I just want you guys to remember price is king, right? So as we go through rollover and the VIX squeezes into that halfway back resistance above us, if it does, those are massive opportunities to the long side. Okay. Sol, good morning. Brown guy, good morning. Those are massive opportunities to the upside for the indices. All right. So again, those 1930s are the key. All right, right here. Big deal. Very big deal. All right. Going into the morning. Okay, now the open could be wild, right? It could be absolutely wild. So we'll see. All right, any questions here, guys, before I move on to the other indices, because they all kind of fall into place. They all kind of fall into place here. Idris, good morning. Sessa, good morning, Sessa. Okay, everybody good? I mean, if you want to make it real easy, you can just say 6 p.m. on Monday, 6 p.m. Eastern on Monday to lows. Same thing, just inverse on the VIX. The gap fill that, well, there's two of them. There's the big one, okay, up here at 69.7650. That's the vacuum. All right, but there is the smaller one from yesterday's 4 p.m. close. But remember, yesterday's 4 p.m. close isn't going to have the same participation because it's a nothing burger of a day, right? It's a half day when the markets are closed, right? So we're keeping an eye on this, but that's not the, you know, if we start trending this way, great, but we're not putting the same amount of emphasis, right? Because there's not going to be the same amount of participation. But if we do, if the VIX does break those 30s and we start trending higher, we're really going to have to watch this going into this week, right? That's a big one. All right. Okay. All right, so moving on. Okay, here's the NASDAQ, same draw. It's got a big long below us, but we're just looking at the same thing. All right, those Monday, well, it's a little bit different. 11 p.m., where's the 6? There's the 6 down there, made another new high. So just a little bit different. Sorry, I should say 9 p.m. Eastern. Highs to lows, but there's that resistance as well. It's just inverse the VIX. Okay, so the ES and the NASDAQ are, you know, you'll see with the others as well. Everything's almost just lining up perfectly here. Okay, so there's your resistance. All right. So same thing, just watch those 1930s. Just watch those 1930s. All right, so there's the NASDAQ. Okay, right there. Now moving on to the YM and the Russells. So the YM actually broke a pretty significant long setup from lows to highs, but it's still got its support below us. There we go. Okay, because we never hit this target up here. All right, so we've got plenty, actually we hit this one. We've got plenty of room here. There we go. So the YM is coming right back into support. And that support's drawn from our lows on December 2nd to our highs. But again, it's got that short right there that it has to get through. All right, 6 p.m. Sorry. It's a little bit different. Sunday night, a little bit different. So the YM is from 7 a.m. on Monday to lows. All right, and that's pullback. So watch bank, especially with the YM and the Russells, right? Because they're the most sensitive to bank's movements. So there's the YM in its setup. Okay. Now the Russells, all right, was the strongest, and it more than likely will continue to be the strongest for a while. Now it does have its pullback. Now there's a series of longs that it broke. Okay, absolutely. So from these lows, this is halfway back on the year, January 2nd to highs. That's halfway back on the year right there. All right, so you can see it does have room, right? And we're looking at the same setup here, okay, as the others. Look, the Russells break that. You could make that case, right? So we're going to have to watch here where bank opens up and what direction it gets moving, because that's going to dramatically affect the Russells. Okay, there's that 6 p.m. Monday, highs to lows. You can see the Russells pierce that guy. All right, but we won't know much until bank opens, right? We won't know much until bank opens up. All right, but if bank opens up, even if it gaps down, but then bank starts to rally, you're going to see the Russells. You know, don't be sleeping on the Russells. Remember, when bank goes into these downtrends and then reverses, we've had so many opportunities, right, on the Russells. Or I shouldn't say so many, but we've had some really big opportunities on the Russells when bank changes trend, right? So if bank is making a pullback, right? The bank is making this pullback right here, back down into support. As it does that, the Russells is going to fall. But then when bank reverses and changes trend, the Russells takes off, right? Which has been awesome. I've just personally been able to take advantage of a couple of those over the past couple months. So, you know, don't sleep on that, right? Don't sleep on that. Okay. So this is one of those nice moves, right? So we'll see. But we're just kind of being patient right now because, you know, it's got room. It's got room to fall. Okay. All right. Questions, VIX Bank indices before we get through the rest of this stuff. All right. Okay. All right. Thanks, Edward. Okay, moving on. Bitcoin. Nice pullback, right? Really nice pullback. So here's Bitcoin, crypto winner, right to the 38.2. Okay, there's our halfway back from October 6th, highs to lows. That's the beginning of the crypto winter. We never made this pullback yet. And we finally did. And we traded, look at that. That's just insane. So right to the 38.2, and then we broke longs. Okay, we had this series of longs going up. This one broke. All right, bam, broke. All right, so what we're going to watch on Bitcoin, there could be all sorts of different support levels below us. There always is on the way down. Okay, but we're going to watch now for these pullbacks to hold. Okay, now if we just continue to go straight down, number one, awesome. Number two, eventually we'll get this pullback. Okay, and that's another area that we can add to our positions, you know, on the way down. All right, that's just crazy. So there we go. Nice move. Very, very nice move. All right, so we'll see if we get these pullbacks. Eventually we will. If we keep falling, we're just going to continue to draw that low, okay, to that pullback. Now there's other, you can see there's extensions in here, right? There's pullback right there, and then there's lows to lows extensions that's going on right now, but that's not the big move. The big move is to grab that when it happens, okay? All right, so there's Bitcoin now. Moving on to crude oil. Big deal here on crude oil. All right. So here's that big pullback we've been watching. I'm currently long crude oil. But that larger move, that larger pullback that we've been waiting on is from December 16th to highs, okay, to this high on January 14th. That's that pullback. That's what we were waiting on for a while, and we got it. Okay, so now here comes the battle of the trend, right? There's going to be this short from highs, right? There's going to be, we'll draw to there. There's going to be this short from highs. It's going to have to get through that. All right. So there's your support, right? There's your support. Really nice defense of that support level, right? But if we can't get through this short, then we could hang out here for a while. All right, so we'll see. And a lot of geopolitical stuff obviously going on with oil and everything else. So we'll see. But price is telling us defending this long right now. Gold and silver stars the show. Here's gold, just crazy. All right, there's that extension long. Awesome, right? October 20th. This was the new daily extension long that we drew up from October 20th of last year to our highs on January 14th. There's our pullback. Now we've gone to and through that target. Okay. So could there be a more aggressive extension long? Yeah, there absolutely could be. That's what price is telling us, right? So there could be this from these January 14th highs to highs, right? January 14th highs to highs, that could be there. That breaks, we've got these pullbacks here. Okay, now a lot going on with the currencies, like I said, so that's going to affect, gold and silver leading the charge when it comes to monetary stuff. All right, now silver. All right, silver doing the same thing. Silver's not quite to its target yet, but what we're watching on silver, it never made this larger pullback. If you remember, we were going over talking about this last week. What could get in the way of that was last week's lows to highs, and it held its halfway back on the week. Right? Always know where you are halfway back in the week. Always know where you are halfway back in the day. All right, so there's last week's halfway back on the week. Boom. There's our target up there. Right? If we do get a pullback, right, there could be one here, but it doesn't appear. We'd have to get through this previous high as well. Right? Down there. Okay. So we will see on silver, right? But we'll have to watch when it gets up to this 96, 95, when we get up to those targets there. Okay. That's what that looks like. Pretty impressive, right? Precious metals are pretty impressive. They're just holding these long setups. Every single one of them, they've just held them perfectly. Right? They just held them perfectly. Okay. Now, moving on to the currencies. Okay, so here's the dollar weakness. See that? That's pretty intense. All right, pretty intense. This is US dollar weakness. All right. So that's what we're looking like on DXY. So it broke. So now, remember, DXY is just an index too. It's not the dollar. It's just an index of a bunch of different currency pairs squished together. All right. So that's what we're looking at. So we could see brief dollar strength, right? We could see brief dollar strength back into dollar weakness. Now, the dollar is really having zero effect on the indices or the precious metals for that matter right now. Okay. But we could see brief dollar strength here back into dollar weakness. All right, let's get to it here real quick. All right, here's the dollar yen. All right, still didn't break. Okay, so there's the dollar yen. All right, from its lows on December 23rd to our highs, it still hasn't broken that. Okay, now it's in a larger move. These are just worker bee moves inside of the bigger one. All right, still hasn't broken that. So you can see again, even to squeeze back into this resistance, which is above us, which is just the highs to lows, that could be dollar strength. Now, remember what I was showing you on the bond markets when we very, very first started, okay? That's the thing we just need. No, you're probably going to hear about it. I'm telling you, you're probably going to start hearing about it on the news, right? If this bond stuff continues. But just ignore it, right? Because we know unless the dollar yen is falling with the euro, there's no carry trade unwind we need to worry about, no matter what the news people say, right? Because price tells us everything, right? So there's the dollar yen. Now onto the euro. So the euro obviously ripped, right? So we're going to watch these lows to highs. Okay, but again, right, it's got room for dollar strength, right? Room for dollar strength to pull back and then back into dollar weakness. So we'll see. We'll see how much follow through there is on all this craziness with the currencies. Okay, but if these continue higher, that's all dollar weakness. That's a weak dollar. All right, here's the British pound, busted through all that. Okay, so it's back at its resistance. All right, so all the craziness, and we're right back at resistance. So you can see, again, we've got room for dollar strength if it wants to make a pullback, or dollar weakness, right? I'm sorry. We've got room for dollar weakness back into dollar strength. Okay? So we didn't quite hit this target here. All right, so should be an exciting week, right? Should be an exciting week, exciting short week. So VIX is back at highs. So if we see the VIX roll out of these highs, right, indices are going to bounce. Okay, indices are going to bounce. VIX continues through these highs. They're just going to continue this fall. All right. So it should be an exciting open. Should be an exciting open. Okay, any questions, guys? Remember, we're in the clear for news as far as econ news. Now, plenty of geopolitical craziness, but any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Anybody? Everybody good to go? Thanks, Amanda. Yeah, I would advise this morning, guys, at least, let the first few minutes chill out. They could be weird. Don't want to get whipsawed right at the beginning of the week. All right, Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir. Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, guys. I'll talk to everybody at noon. See you guys.
All right, chat. We'll be right back. We'll have Zach Austin. Zach's coming on to trade live with us today, so make sure you guys stick around for that. So we'll see you guys all here shortly. Zach's normally on. Oh, what happened to my camera? I don't know why I'm so small. We'll get that fixed. But Zach's normally on at about 9:15. So about 10 or 12 minutes here when Zach gets on, we'll hop back on. I can't talk today. We'll hop back on and we'll start breaking down the morning game plan. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys all very shortly. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We are back. How's it going, chat? Zach, how you doing today? How was
What's up?
your
What's up?
weekend?
It was
Bit of a
good.
long weekend there with Monday off, right? Or did you trade Monday?
Yeah. I took a couple little futures trades. Didn't do anything too crazy though.
Couldn't stay away.
Yeah, I'd like to try to just like get like a trading day under my belt. Look for like a little
Oh yeah, that
upside.
makes sense with the props. It's a good point.
Yeah, that's about it though. And of
Nice,
course,
nice
we
man.
actually did get some pretty monster volatility over the weekend because of these tariffs, unfortunately. So
Yeah, we got all kinds of geopolitical stuff going on here. Looks like some increased
yeah.
volatility heading into today for sure.
Oh yeah. So we're definitely in a tricky spot here with the markets because realistically the ES, RTY, Dow, I mean, they're not looking good right now, but overall higher time frame isn't that bad. But
Mm-hmm.
the NASDAQ now is starting to look real bad. We've been saying how tech has been lagging, tech has been underperforming for truthfully months now. And we just needed them to go higher, and obviously now we're not getting that move. We're getting the complete opposite. So, it's today and tomorrow, I mean, really this whole week will be very key. We pretty much, in my eyes, kind of need to fill this gap within, like, definitely this week, but like ideally within the next 1 to 2 days, or else then we could start looking at, this being, a potential fake breakout or break of, or the top of the range now back to the bottom of the range, and we could get that now deeper downside move um, led by the NASDAQ. So we kind of have to wait and see here. Um,
Yeah, we're definitely in an interesting spot. Um, in terms of swing trades, are you still holding anything right now that you've been
yes.
holding for a little while?
Yes, I'm holding a couple trades, all naturally getting hit. One of them here is Baba, which I opened on Friday, um, which I'm willing to add. You can see there's an alert there around like 159, 160 at the daily 20. And I have a couple others that I added. One was in small profit, one was in small loss, and then I'm holding one trade that seems to be now potentially broken, but we'll see. Days like this where we get like a big move, I don't like to do too much to the swings right away. I want to give it an opportunity to bounce because my thought is like, I mean, there's no surprise. Like if you get a huge gap down the market, like majority of longs will be getting, hit a bit. So
Mm-hmm.
at that point, the difference between like a minus 30% or minus 40% is no different. Minus 40% to minus 50%. Like I'm willing to give it a little bit more juice, willing to lose a little bit more to see if it does play out, have a failure to go lower, with the overall markets. But, there are a couple names that I do like today. A couple rare earth names that I like, which all are looking pretty good. MP, this one looks good, but probably the least ready as of now. I'd like to see a break above the 69.7s, up towards the 72, $73 area, and then up towards 77, and then ultimately 81 to $82 gap fill. This one kind of had a daily 1, 2, 3. We entered this last week. Was in some drawdown, then came back to even small profit, and then I rolled to a new strike and closed that for like a 50% gain. So last couple days sideways, looking good for more continuation. This is probably my favorite one overall right now. USAR, USA Rare Earth, because this one has been consolidating for like 3, 4 months and hasn't quite broken out yet. And this weekly here is looking primed to flip back to the upside. And if it does get an upside move, it will flip. So it's in theory, a little bit of an early aggressive entry, but I do like it because we can see that it can get a $4 to $5, move during the week. Last week was about almost $4. So if we get roughly a $4 move from here, we would easily hit my 21.5 target, which is kind of my main target for this move. Then we have gap fill, and I assume after the gap fill, it will kind of consolidate. But I really like this. As you can see, it's kind of just like at this resistance area, so a small dip back above the opening print, looking to long that. So that's looking pretty solid. And then lastly is CRML, Critical Metals. This one could be gapping up a little bit too much, but it is gapping to a good area at least. So I'd be looking for some type of dip back above the opening print for longs. 20 is the first little target, but then the main target there is 23. And then I actually have a short on watch today, believe it or not.
Hey, let's
It's
go.
not often
We
we
do
do.
short every now and then.
Yeah. Uh, It's not often I do, but I like this light. We seem to have a bit of like a rounding top here, where it tried to make new highs, failed, tried to make new highs again, failed, and so now the daily's flipped to the downside, and the weekly here, if you just eliminate all levels, all everything, this weekly looks like a sell, a weekly sell set up in place, and we have room to the weekly 20 EMA around 270. So what I'd be looking for here is some type of spike up to like 318 to 320s back under the opening prints. Initial target would be this like 308 to 310 area, but then under that, that's when the selling would really accelerate down to like 291, 282, and then that final target would be that weekly 8 EMA around 270. So watching that for a short, but as I said, I'm not going to be overly aggressive. The only thing I think I'll take relatively an aggressive manner on would be USAR. I really like that. And then, as I said, I have a couple swings open, a couple other things that I'm monitoring. One thing I've been watching for is Ondas for a dip buy at the daily 20 EMA, which we're getting close to now. I'm guessing we're going to tag it today, sitting right around 11.5. I'm not going to take a direct stab down there at it, like as soon as it gets down, but I'd be looking for some type of failure to go lower in that area on the smaller time frames, and then just being kind of an obvious statement here, but overall, I think a lot will be market dependent, right? And so
Mhm.
if we start to hold here, I think Ondas will have a better chance of holding. If the market continues to bleed, which we do have room to go down even further, I think it won't necessarily hold at first. So any type of dip buy, I'll be a little bit more passive. However, these critical metals, earth names, these here have some relative strength. So that's why I'm willing to be a little bit more aggressive there. Where on the dip buys, I'm going to be more passive because that's going to be like kind of an overall market thing here. And then, as I said, I'll manage the swings, and if we have to cut, we'll cut. But I'm going to give it at least an hour or two, and we'll go from there. As I said with the indices, I'm not really interested in any of the indices personally. I just think there's going to be a lot of volatility. I think that we're in a spot where we can hold these higher time frame supports, and it can kind of go either way. And as I said before, I don't like when I can make a case for either way. I can make a case that we hold here and rally back off these daily EMAs, those weekly EMAs. But I can also make a case that we can continue to fade. We can definitely continue to fade there a bit more. And silver and gold will continue to be the focus for me, where it's just there's so much volatility. Just let a trend develop, let the opening print settle, and we can definitely get a setup in there.
I like
So,
it.
yeah.
I like it. Yeah, I'm a little behind today. I just mentioned to you, my wife worked overnight last night, so I was on kid duty a little bit this morning while I was kind of doing my prep. So I'm kind of scanning through some names now. I still am holding some CVX from last week. I do like how it held up compared to the overall market. It's basically still like it originally gapped down, but then it rallied back up. It's basically trading right at Friday's close right now. So still holding that. We'll be managing that. A little relative strength to the overall market is it a bit of a good sign. Oil's kind of acted that way all week last week, sort of acting independently. But scanning through a couple other names now, see if there's anything I like. Okay, camera's good. At first, my camera wasn't looking good. Everything looks good now. Thought, how's it going? Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Did a podcast interview with Austin Silver yesterday.
Oh.
Let's see. We had another was Funding Pips or somebody. I think Funding Pips shut down. A prop firm shut down.
Yeah.
I still haven't heard back from Top Step on their rebillings. So see what happens there. I may just kind of keep a watch on CVX here today. I'm with you. The indices aren't looking real appealing. I'll be keeping an eye on the VIX.
Yeah.
If the VIX starts to roll over and reject, maybe a little squeeze on the indices, but I'd like to see the VIX reject first.
Yeah, so like for me, unless a full complete reversal gap fill, the Nasdaq or the QQQ will flip to the downside on the daily chart here, which hasn't meant a whole lot because we've really just been range bound. But more importantly, if we don't rally, the SPY ES would potentially flip down, and then that would not be great for us. And so, I think we definitely are in store for a wide range day today. I can definitely see a 500-point range intraday here on the Nasdaq. I do have a level slightly lower, which I don't know if we'll tag or not, but I would say if the Nasdaq, if NQ gets above 25,330s, if QQQ gets above like 612s, I would probably say hold off on shorts for now. And it doesn't necessarily mean long, just I would hold off on shorts. And yeah, we'll see. We shall see. We did test the weekly 20 EMA on the Nasdaq in the overnight session, which is right around 25,170s.
Yeah, with the potential out of volatility here, I will be watching for maybe a little small size 0-day lotto, something size for zero, just to see if you can catch a bigger move.
I think if we get a sharp dip right away, like a big dip, well, it doesn't have to be big, but just like a sharp move down and then a move back over the opening print, I think that would give us potential there. It would trap the people who are trying to short the hole here, and then get that confirmation over the opening print. So I do think that that's in the cards possibly here. So
yeah, SPY. I marked up the SPY here, opening at some support here, so it will be interesting. CVX definitely still on watch. I'm open to even adding back into that this week.
all right, so I will be watching USAR here at the open, guys. Looks like light got a bit of a pop, so heard me wanted to short it, and it's it.
And we're off.
So we did get that initial dip back over the opening print here on USAR. I'm looking at the contracts now.
So the CVX calls I'm in are sitting at 0.75. So they're still small green. Strong push out of the gate here. Part of me.
I was just trying to get a fill there in USAR, and I wasn't able to, unfortunately.
Yeah, part of me almost took some SPY off the open, but I didn't. VIX with the big.
Yeah, USAR has tried to get a fill, guys. Wasn't able to do so, unfortunately. CRML still looks decent, but checking it fill at 0.7 on the USARs, and then they went to 1.05. So that was a bit crap, but yeah, and there's USAR hitting the target there within 2 minutes. Above this is $20, which I think now at this point the weekly should show a flip, which it does, yeah. So in theory, we could take an aggressive entry above 19 change, which is last week high. So above that, we can look to long for 2021s, but that's definitely sad. That thing just went from 18 to 19.2 in 2 minutes. All right, well, we just broke last week high. I mean, if I get to $20 in this 1 5-minute candle here. unfortunate. I don't even want to know what those contracts are. Let's see. So what I was looking for initially was the the $19 calls for this week, more of just a day trade at 0.7, and they basically doubled. And I was looking at the $20 calls for next week at 1. Now they're at like 1.3. So definitely a bit unfortunate there.
Yes, back into its open here. The NASDAQ. Fixed with a nice rejection bar.
Wow, that light just ripped. Did not get the gap under level and just said, I'm off. $16 candle almost there.
I tried a couple SPY YOLOs.
All right.
Just with VIX, nice rejection bar here, really early, but in case the market wants to squeeze, we just gave it small size here.
I'm with them. I'm with it. I'm mentally in those as well.
There you go. I like it.
It worked last week when I was mentally in.
That's right. That's right. Nice entry. Yep.
I'm watching this MP here. Baba with a pretty crazy failure to go lower, so that's good. And filled the gap. We need to get back over, I would say, 167, and I'd feel good. There goes MP breaking. So I'm going to watch MP here for entry, guys. If we get a small dip here, I'm going to look for longs. All right. Small dip now to like 69.7s. Jesus, these things are, look at these stocks are just absolutely soaring. This is I don't even know what the math is there. 15% 5-minute candle on USAR.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just insanity.
Yeah, the SPY contracts are up 20% here real quick too.
Nice.
0 days, so that's not as
Yeah.
crazy.
All right, so we are getting that retest here. This is kind of where I'm looking. So let's see, February 6th. Do they have earnings? They're looking a little pricey.
Who's that?
These MP calls, they seemed a little pricey in my eyes, but maybe that's just how it is. I got an alert for Poet. It's up a lot. Oh, wow. Sheesh. 8 EMA. Launchpad. All right. This is the aggressive entry. I'm just debating if I want it. The February 6th calls. They're a bit spready, unfortunately. Contracts are a bit spready. All right, so the 220.75s don't seem too bad. I think that's what I might opt for. Trying to get a fill on the. Okay, I got a fill, guys, on the $220 $75 calls on MP 4.9 is my fill. I'm leaving a little bit of room to add here. I probably won't add, just taking a smaller size overall. All right, so I got filled there. Again, it's just a smaller size overall for me here.
RTY looking strong. It's got no chill.
Yeah, nice. That Ondas did also a really nice bounce off that daily 20.
See if this 5-minute can turn into a bit of a 3-bar play here. Would like that. Just seven and a half minutes into market open here.
I'm a little upset with that USAR here. That would have been an absolute home run.
That's a bummer, yeah.
Those $19 calls. They initially were at 0.65. I tried to chase to 0.73, then 0.77. Now the $19 calls are at 1.8.
Oh man, that sucks too. And you even tried chasing them.
Yeah, I chased it.
Yeah.
And I try to always tell myself, I know these things can move quickly because of the nature of these tickers, but
Yeah.
I try to just tell myself, okay, if it moves that much, just wait a second. It did pull back, and then it just exploded again. But I mean, the sad part is, had the right idea. Especially like if you look at the three MP, I'm hoping knock on wood still works, right? Still looks valid, very nice. CRML, as I mentioned, was maybe a little bit too much of a gap, but the USAR, the reason why we liked it is because I knew that on an upside move, this weekly would flip to the upside, and we usually get those, expanded moves, which we can obviously see here from 17.8 to 20.2 in 8 minutes.
Yeah.
It's just insanity.
Let's squeeze it.
Just did get a big bounce. So again, still too early to tell, but at least from a couple tickers that I'm watching now, seeing these bounces off these a little bit of a speculative, like poet, a bit more speculative, right? We have Dragonfly, which is a ticker that I have some equity in. Really nice failure to go lower there off the daily, and now not only filling the gap, but very green. I mentioned Ondas. This one, there was really no entry unless you just bought straight at open, but also just encouraging sign, So it's, for this one, if I can't get the dip buy, I'll buy it back into strength. I don't care. So that's definitely a good sign overall for the markets here. We're still rejecting the 25, 320 area or 330-ish area on the NASDAQ. So we definitely need to get over there. If we can get over there, I'd feel a bit more comfortable. So for CRML now, don't really have interest because of this fade. So I would say I'm going to set an alert above the opening print 19.18 and then above 18.78, see if we get there. Otherwise, the focus will remain on USAR and MP, but not sure. I think USAR might be done for now, at least. We're going to need a deeper retrace, so we'll see.
The NQ pullback looks to be a little bit of the deepest pullback amongst the indices so far. RTY looking like a little bit the most relative strength at the moment.
Yep.
SPY gap down like $9 here, so even like a half gap fill would be.
Yeah. So one thing that I like to do when we have these huge gaps is I like to just look on the regular trading hours where these EMAs are. So and because to me this is like it can get there but still remain the same trend.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So the hourly 8 right now is sitting at 69.60s on ES, but like that is a little bit more of a stretch. So we can look at the 5 and the 15. The 5-minute 8 EMA right now, meaning just on the 5-minute chart, is sitting at 69.27 right now. So that will either be tagged via time or via price. Obviously, if you're bullish, you want it to happen via price, meaning it goes up and tests it. So in theory, we can go all the way up there and still reject and remain in a downtrend and be valid, which for the bulls gives you 40 plus points of upside on ES. At right now, it's probably less likely that happens, but the 15-minute is 69.60. So it has the room if it wants it.
For sure. Yeah, this is definitely a counter trend size small for 0 if it makes I'm not looking for the 20% here.
So far, silver and gold under opening print as well. I actually was short silver last week and then ended up closing it on Friday for basically break even. Like I had one trade that was a small loss, one was a small winner, and I'm happy I did that as it gapped up from 89 to 95. It's crazy. MP's pushing a little bit here.
Let's go, baby.
Great.
SPY try and hang on. Die, VIX, die. CVX still continuing to see some resistance around the 167 area, which is one of the major levels we were watching on this trade. So we want to see it. It rejected that. We want to see it break over that. Looking for it to hold 165.77 here. That's new highs on the SPY. Contracts about 20%.
I may enter some futures here on ES with that candle. I'm just debating if I want to or not. It stops a little wide, but if I size small, like 3-4 micros, it could work. I got a million messages.
I didn't know if that was me. I was like, is somebody calling me?
Oh, let's go. I think that was my Apex.
Oh, the approval?
Let's go.
Let's go. Approved? Is that it?
That's it, baby.
Let's go. So what's that? You said 20 some grand?
22.7K.
Congrats, baby. Let's go. That's a banger.
Yes.
We gotta give him more dancing vibes there. Let's go. Congrats, bro. Nice.
Thank you. Yeah, I was worried. I was just saying before I hopped on stream, I was telling Tyler that I actually got eval banned. So Apex does that with some people who are able to take payouts, and it's a known thing. Obviously, it stinks, but I didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. But I'm stoked that went through. So that was actually my biggest single payout I've ever gotten too. So
nice. So is that across? Right. Was that request across all 20 accounts, or
yes.
was okay?
And so my plan initially was to eat into the buffer because like my accounts are at like 53,000, and so my initial plan was to eat into the buffer a little bit, but you can't anymore. So I was thinking I could have got a 40K payout, but I'll still take it.
It's a nice 15-minute close on the SPY, but seeing a little bit of pullback here now.
Yeah, ooh, MP got a pullback too. Damn.
See if you can hold VWAP here. VIX trying to hold. Don't do it. We want to squeeze.
I almost took the long too, but then my phone was blowing up. But I still like it.
Yeah, you might as well. Well, no, actually, I was gonna make a bad joke. Now that you got an extra 20 grand, you might as well throw a little something on
Yeah.
it. But
The only thing is though the only thing I don't love is we keep rejecting that NQ level here, which is a big level for Qs. So I don't love that.
Zach, you know how every now and then when I take a trade, you say, you're mentally in those with me. I think I
Yeah.
was mentally in that payout with you. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
You
Oh, okay.
know,
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So what percentage do I have to give you of
just a
that?
small,
How
just a
much?
little, yeah,
How
yeah,
much
yeah.
from there? Okay.
Oh, that's dope, dude.
All
That's
right.
gotta feel good though. That's like, how does that make
Yeah.
you feel about like trading the rest of the day? You trying to like to sort of not think too much about it, or is it like
Yeah.
make you want to sort of
Definitely
just
not
chill
thinking
out a little bit
much.
today?
Yeah. So I'm definitely not going to trade the Apex accounts. But overall, I mean, I actually last night I didn't even take any futures trades. So I right now have like nothing on any accounts. So um, probably is a good thing to wait right now. You know, with the overall indices, gold and silver aren't really doing much for me, anything
Mm-hmm.
over there. So I had a conversation actually with somebody over the weekend. They were like, seems like sometimes you don't trade a lot of futures on live. And I say, near the open, I try to stay away from futures a bit more. But
Okay.
just overall, so far this year, options have been a bit better, I think, just with opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I would say I'm always prepared and willing to take any setup for anything, options, futures, anything. But, um, I just trade what's in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, I feel like a
right
lot of
now,
days, just based on the price action, a lot of days we've come on, you just haven't loved the indices, and like that market goes through those cycles, right? Where sometimes you're not liking what it's giving you.
yeah, exactly. So I don't know what just happened to MP there. It just had a $4 or $5 reversal. That was pretty crazy. Down to those hourly EMAs, but this is a smaller size. I don't think I'm going to add into it here. You can in theory add right now, but I don't know what just happened. That was a crazy dump. That was like a 5% 5 minute bar.
That is wild.
Um, yeah. So I'm going to give it a second. The contracts aren't down that much, only like 15%. That's why I always like to buy the time. But nonetheless, it's still pretty crazy reversal. But yeah, back to what you're saying is that, I'm always ready. I mean, I've taken a couple trades, for futures wise, but I also, what I said recently, which I truthfully stand by, silver has been so good at nights. It's just so clean. There's so much volatility where I haven't even been trading as much during the day. I've just been trading at nights, which
Yeah,
I
yeah, you
typically
get
never
you'll
have
get
done.
good movement
Oh, yeah.
on gold and silver at night for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And so for me, it's like, why even bother, trading during the day if silver's that good at night? So.
Yeah. All right, Spy, let's go.
I might take some now
Yeah.
after we held that.
Yeah, ESNQ, YM, they all kind of similar looking patterns here.
Because I'm thinking if I can take an entry here, I have an order at 85 for a couple micros, and see if we can get a small dip there. Because then that's like a 15-point stop, which isn't too bad. You're risking about $300. I mean, that's like 85, 86. It's kind of the same difference, but let's see. All right, I did get filled there, small size at 86. So I'm using basically stop at the opening print.
Okay.
For this. So I'm in now.
NQ
Looking
did
to target like 6905s.
NQ tagged a new high there. Yes, almost back to its highs. YMC.
So extended hours still pointed down here, but I'm looking for a move to the 5-minute 8 at some point here on ES if possible. So I'm risking about 15 to make about 15-ish. I could probably move my stop up if I wanted to, but I just figured new low of day probably invalidates, so I'm just going to keep it there for now. wide stop. But again, when you have a wide stop, you combat that with smaller size. Sometimes there's not much you can do. You skip the trade or size down. And a big thing too, which I like to talk about, is that sizing down sometimes can mean less conviction to some, but sometimes it's like the only way to be in trade, truthfully.
Yeah. I think there's two differences there for when you size down. It's like sometimes it's just for the increased volatility. Sometimes it's because the setup isn't as quality.
Yeah. Exactly.
But I generally think when you're sizing down because of volatility, generally speaking, you're normally aiming for a larger move too because of the volatility. So normally, like, your risk and reward size is still similar. You're just trying to achieve it with smaller size.
Yep. Agreed.
Let's see here. Can we pop these highs and get a little follow through?
Yeah. So the issue that I know is that the extended hours is still a bit conflicted here with us with the regular, but I'm hoping that because we're still above the opening print, above level, and NASDAQ at least now is trying to get above level, we can get that pop. But
yeah, this gap's interesting too because yesterday technically being like a half day, like we had a big gap down into yesterday, and when the market's not like into the week, right? When the market's not even technically open, futures you can trade futures, right? But and then that that continues the gap, so it's kind of a weird gap today too.
Yeah, exactly. And so now I'm watching this 5-minute bar like a little bit more intensely, where if we get a close underneath this level here, 68.77, I'm just going to close it for whatever that loss would be. I'm not accepting the full risk. It would be about half the risk that I was willing to accept. But at that point, I personally would not hold it because that would sweep the new highs and then close under level. So for me, that would be great. If we can hold here, I'm still going to hold, and I'm going to accept the full risk. But I always like to kind of have like my max risk stop, and then if I need to adjust it, I will.
Yeah, if the price action isn't playing out like what you want to see.
Because right now, ES does look a little weaker than NQ.
I was just gonna say the NQ 2 minutes holding up a little nicer. The NQ looks like a pretty clean 3-bar, exactly. But the ES almost erased that bar. YM looks pretty ugly too. 5 minutes looks ugly. YM put an outside bar.
Yeah, the 15-minute could just still be a 1, 2, 3. So the 2-minute did reject, but if we can this next 5-minute bar hold, and we're still holding above level. So if this next 5-minute bar can like rally back a bit, I'd feel more confident about that.
Agreed.
But for now, the stop is going to be underneath that opening print, and so I got right now. So roughly like $300 of risk. If we do bounce a bit, and like let's say close this 5-minute bar at like 68.86. This 5-minute 8 EMA would come down closer to 6,900. I potentially would add a couple micros and move my stop a little bit. So it's still similar risk, but at that point, I think that we would get that 5-minute, 15-minute 1, 2, 3. But actually, that 5-minute did not close above level for NQ after making new highs, so that's not great. We'll see. For now, it doesn't look good. This is like a much more micro version of my thought process, like when I take swing trades, where I always talk about like the trade not being validated, but it's a bit broken. So like as of right now, like that's not the wick you want to see, but it's not been invalidated just yet. So.
Makes sense.
Damn it. Poet.
Let it be one last final trap to horny bears here before we squeeze them.
Oh yeah, I'm with that movement. For that game stock, I pretty much full ported this USAR and not realizing that the contest started next week.
Oh no way! So are you up big?
Well, I in theory would have been, but
but it doesn't. Week, okay, so it doesn't actually do anything. Yeah,
it was like we had like a 10% move so far.
Oh dang!
Yeah,
I know. I gotta start watching that a little bit more.
I won the last 2 weeks.
Did you? Dang, bro! Yeah. I was like, it was a little buggy when I tried it, so I kind of quit paying as close attention. But I know that they made some changes and did more of an official launch now, so I got to get back in on it.
Yeah, the first week I won like a little over $300, and then last week was 500.
Oh, nice, dude. Oh, heck
Yeah,
yeah, dude.
yeah,
That's fire.
yeah. It's pretty good. I mean, and like, what's cool is like the pot sizes and like the participation. Obviously right now is not very large because they just launched. So it's like once we start getting that larger pot, like
Yeah,
we
that could
start
be
getting
yeah,
fun.
because you only put in what like $5 or $10, right?
Yeah,
And you're
exactly.
winning like three to 500.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
So
sick.
right now it's winner take all, so it's definitely a little bit more
Yeah,
competitive.
it'll start to probably get
Day one.
tiered out a little bit,
Yeah.
but
But like
still,
even once the pots get bigger, let's say the pot's $2,000, you can
yeah.
do $400, $500 the top few there. So
It'll be interesting though, right? Because with more people, it'll almost be like you think more people would take more of the same name. So it's almost like you have to kind of find. It's like who can
yeah,
find the gem, the hidden
yeah,
gem kind of deal. But the other thing would be I think it'll be interesting when they start like allowing more. Maybe they have. I don't know. When they start allowing more versatility, like right when I tried it, you could only do 4 stocks and stuff. Like when you can start to spread the wealth a little bit more,
yeah.
I think that'll
And
make.
one cool thing that they just added as well, which actually did go live today, which I'm not doing well in, is they did a contest for the worst portfolio.
Oh, but you
So
could actually
you're
win by
purposely,
having it. Like you win a prize.
yeah. So you're purposely choosing the worst performing stocks.
or
I tried to do
or just a
I
happy accident where it's like you just
yeah.
suck.
So one of the stocks that like and that's the hardest part is because you're picking the stocks before like the market opens and like what they're
Yeah,
doing.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
at the time, that light was gapping under my level and this was looking good. So I picked light, um, and it did not gap over the level, and now it's up
And
$20 on my
so this is
portfolio.
specifically the do bad one. It's like
Yeah.
when
So like
you're dude when you're
the
so good
stock's
you
doing
can't even
well.
miss, bro. You can't even.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I picked also Duolingo. Let's see. I
Okay.
picked that. Let's see if that did anything. And I picked another one. Let's see. So Duolingo is pretty much flat, and I picked Figma.
That's
Figma's like pretty much flat as well, so nothing really crazy there.
funny. Do you ever like make too much on a prop with a consistency roll?
Yeah,
So you like try to lose more and and you're like making even more
yeah.
and it's like ah no.
So what I typically do for those is I like just like buy market, sell market, just so like the fees like add
Oh,
up.
there you go. That's
But
dude. That's a
one
hack.
time, I was doing that, and I was like making more than the fees still. I'm like, what's going on? Like,
Uh-oh, we got looks like a little volatility coming in here.
yeah,
Oh,
the ES definitely doesn't look great. I'm just still sticking to normal stop though. I'm just
yeah.
accepting the full risk at this point, but it definitely doesn't look the best.
Mm-hmm. The quick wick there, though, that 2 minute does look, if we can get a little more bounce here, it doesn't look as bad. But the VIX is trying to make its way all the way back up to the open here. I'd like to see it start to turn here if this is going to get any
Yeah.
follow through.
The problem now too for me though is that this 5-minute 8 EMA is coming down. So I said that we'd either test this via time or price. Initially at the third bar, it was like way up to like 69.20s. Now it's continuing to come down, come down, come down. So it's kind of compressing against us. So the target for me isn't as high. So I definitely don't love it as much. I almost even considered closing that at break even on that last candle. I wanted to give it a moment, and then like that last like 1 minute, we just dropped like almost 10 points. So
Yeah. Yeah, VIX is still grinding higher. It doesn't look great. The
NQ's
NQ's,
actually holding.
I know, I was just going to say that. Still holding up decent.
Yeah. I mean, if we took NQ, we'd pretty much be even.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's looking like.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm size, YOLO. My contracts are down 15%, but I was up 25% at one point, so no biggie for me here. I'm pretty much with you. I'm gonna give it, if we start to accept underneath the opening print,
Yeah.
if VIX starts to make new highs here. VIX is back at its opening print here.
Silver just broke over the opening print as well.
CVX swing, it's been rejecting right underneath. It's open right underneath the VWAP. Yes, back in OP here. SPY back in OP. Not ideal.
All right, just got stopped out there, guys. it's about 300 or so. Could potentially wick me out and then bounce, but it's not something I want to play with underneath the opening print.
RTY strength is pretty impressive.
Yeah, yeah. ES actually looks like it's the weakest, but it looked good, and then obviously that turned quickly.
Yeah, YM similar also back into its opening print with a spike through and pulled above.
Yeah.
Look at that. Normally you get the Dow and the Russell sort of behaving similar, and now we got the Nasdaq and the Russell sort of behaving similar. The SPY and the Dow. Oh, we shall see. We shall see. Tamika, I don't know if you're watching. I still haven't heard back from Top Step. Man, opening prints have been really getting reactions recently.
Yeah. Probably should have trusted my gut staying out at break even, but I did want to give it the opportunity. And it was looking good. It was like a minute left for the 5-minute close, and then that last minute dropped about 9 points.
Yeah.
Made new lows there. But from now the flip side, like in theory, we swept the lows, and now the long could look good. I'm going to stay out of a potential long here. But, if we can start working our way back over 6880s, it could set up again for us. But ultimately, it's just kind of like a sloppy chop.
Yeah.
So MP ends up holding, which is good. Honda's a crazy move from 11.8 to 13.3s.
So you've been posting the like the how much you've made with the like this baseball where you're like hitting baseball.
Oh yeah.
Yesterday, man, it just hit me so hard, the like seasonal depression. Like I need to get outside and do something, man. I was like,
it's funny you say that because I was even thinking like from a content standpoint, like I only have like 3 sessions that I recorded.
yeah. So you're like hitting the same 3. It's
Yeah, and so like I'm trying to just like take different clips from the 3 sessions. And I gotta do it more. I'm like, I can't. Like today here in New York, it feels like it's like 4 degrees.
Yeah, my kid's school got canceled for the temperature. Like we got a little snow yesterday, but it was like actual temp was 5 degrees here.
Jeez.
Well, shout out to Jordan. Red Bull. He got a promotion with Red Bull, but I think
Oh
he's
yeah.
moving, and Pittsburgh is part of his region now. So
Oh
I told him
really?
he's got to
Didn't know
come
that.
out. He's got to come out
I
to the
knew he
Berg.
was close. He was close to me in that.
Oh, I also wanted to ask you. I saw Rake's story. You got to go to Fred, bro.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm so jealous. How was it?
It was epic. It was really really fun.
Oh man, that show looked so sick to set up with like
It was
like
really good.
the curtains up top and stuff.
Yeah. I like Fred, but I'm not like a crazy like Fred
Yeah,
guy.
you're not like a
But
Fred Stan like Rake and I.
exactly. I mean, I think he's great. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
like
yeah.
that was like it was a really really good show.
Yeah, I so like say hi to Willow, everybody. See you right there. You see
Hello?
her? See yourself? No school today, right? Because of the cold temps. We got Willow and Baker coming up to visit.
Daddy.
What's up, guys?
Daddy.
Huh?
You know that package?
Yeah, your schoolwork? Yeah.
No,
Oh, the one that came in the mail? Yeah.
that's what I
The
ordered.
thing you ordered on Amazon when you weren't supposed to be ordering stuff on Amazon?
Mhm.
That one? Yeah, she's figured out the order now button on Amazon. We used to let her scroll for stuff.
I hit the other one.
What's that?
I hit the other one, and I did not know I was saving. I had cowboy boots on order. I did not know I was
You
saving
order
them.
cowboy boots.
Yeah, because they had to tie them at the point.
Indices starting to break down a little bit here. VIX is at it's not quite at its pre-market high, but right at the area where it started to reject pre-market. Did you take my phone? Give me my phone, boy. I need that. I'm trading with it. Give it to me. Thank you.
Okay, Dad. Well, it's here, basically.
That's here. It's shipped already.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll come check it out when I'm done. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, you
No,
know,
I didn't.
actually only market to make a new low, so it's possible. It's possible. Before the Dow made a new low as well, but now just ES. And the one thing I'll say though, we are definitely getting a little bit of different action here from the indices to actual individual names because like I mentioned, some of these more speculative names are strong and still holding strong despite the indices selling off. Like Poet's up, Ondus is up. A lot of these kind of names that gap down or rallying back, not only for gap fill but for green too. So we'll see. I mean, obviously, if we continue to sell, I'm sure that we'll sell off. But at least as of now, we're holding on the individual names. Let me see some of the tech names.
Tamika, to answer your question, yeah, I used the Windy chatbot, and then when I explained what happened, they said that they would get back to me or whatever. And I haven't heard back.
Meta's at the opening print after a rally back. So I mean, let's see Tesla. Tesla's selling a bit. Nvidia sold a bit. So I mean, it's kind of a mixed bag with the tech names, it seems. AMD is pretty strong, man. We shall see. All right, so that's the Dow with a new low. we still have about 20 points to the overnight lows on ES if it wants it, but SPY is at a level here.
Yeah, I'm watching that too.
Definitely doesn't look good, but I think, I don't know. I don't really know what I think. Well, what I think is the fact that some of these names are not selling and the Nasdaq's not selling yet gives me some optimism, but we obviously have a lot of work to do. But I do think if the Nasdaq loses the opening print, it could get a bit ugly. Because then at that point, SPY would be under level.
Yeah.
Probably start pushing down to those overnight lows.
This is a decent bounce on the SPY here, back to the open. Let's see if it rejects or if it gets back above.
Yeah. I would like to think after this, if we can get back over 68.80s at any point, then like we can, potentially start talking about like low of the day being in. But until that happens, I wouldn't have too much expectation. Just got an alert for something. MP, okay, nice. We're working our way. Working our way back.
And the market behavior has really been, I feel like for a long time now, where you're getting a lot of the nice moves overnight, and and then a lot of chop for a good portion of the day. We've still seen some okay moves intraday, but a lot of the bigger moves seem to be coming in the overnight session with getting these gaps, and then the intraday price action a little choppier.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, listen, like I said, I would say since I started trading silver in December, I would say 75% of my trading is silver at nights.
Yeah, it's actually Jake posted about that too, where he's like, if you're not trading gold right now, I think you're like, you use your air, you're missing out on the opportunity. I was like, oh, I feel personally attacked, bro. You're right. Why haven't I been trading gold? What the heck am I doing?
Yeah, I mean, gold is like ES, silver is like NQ basically for the metals. It's
Oh, really? So you'd go that route? Okay.
Yeah, I think it's.
Do you think it's like gone where when the precious metals originally, because this was gold had a crazy run before this run. Do you think it was like when money first started cycling more into the precious metals that most of it went to gold, and now it's sort of like, okay, people have bought their gold and it's sort of now they're going into silver, and now silver's got a little bit more of the extra volatility?
Yeah, definitely. And people are even starting to talk about copper, which
I've heard that too. Yeah.
GC, I believe, is the futures ticker, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know. Part of me feels like they're talking about copper at the same time they're taking pennies off the market. I feel like they're just somebody just wants my late liquidity.
I mean, I just think like a chart's still a chart, and this
chart for sure.
Craziest things. So I closed my short last Friday, which I'm happy that I did. I shorted near the top. I got some profit. The characteristics we have so far are similar to gold, where gold initially sold off, then we had another pop. So I may consider opening another short, because again, at some point we're going to have mean reversion. It's like imagine this was the ES chart, or imagine this was the Nasdaq chart. Like, you'd say it's just so unreasonable and unsustainable, right? A pullback to the daily 20 EMA is about $12 from here, which would still make this trend extremely strong on silver. The question is, right, is like, can you remain in the game trying these attempts, And so for me, on Friday, I wanted to see a little bit more follow through. As we started to rally back on silver, I exited. I still think that move is coming, but timing tops and bottoms is extremely difficult. And so, for example, if I didn't close on Friday, I would be backing a lot of drawdown. So, you know, it's a tough setup to navigate. It's not a high probability one by any means, but if you can catch it, it hits. So keep my eye on that for sure.
See if VIX can give us a bit of a double top here.
Now NQ is not really getting some follow through, but the other markets are.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of cycling going on here.
Excuse me. So one thing I'm watching right now is I'm watching silver. We're coming down to the 5-minute 8 EMA, and with extended hours on. And so what I'm watching for now, you could aim for the long here off of this, but I personally am going to look for this to break and look for the short back under. So if we break this pivot low here, we have the room. We tried to get over the opening print, we failed. So this is sometimes something that I do like to long, but in this case, I'm going to hold off and look for the short.
Yeah, I wonder if short in the indices is starting to look a little more valid too.
Yeah.
Yes, with the VWAP rejection after rallying back above the opening print, NQ starting to roll over here. VIX looks like it just made a new high intraday. It hasn't gotten over its pre-market high.
I will say though that the metals can move independently of the overall market.
Oh yeah, like, for sure. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah,
yeah. But oil. I will say,
the oil trade that I've been in almost seems to be. I don't want to say it's moving opposite, but at times it seems to almost be moving opposite, right? Like it's rallying hard as the market and holding up well as the market sold off, and then when the market gets strong, the oil name gets a little bit weak. But
yeah, definitely. I'm wondering now. I mean, the NQ is right near the opening print. If we want to test it, if we want to maybe sweep the lows or something like that. So.
Back on the Fred again real quick. A lot of his I mean he has some like obviously some upbeat bangers, but he has a lot of like slower stuff as well. Which I've always liked his like slower and more kind of like emotional stuff, but this last album he did is definitely a little more like upbeat dance party vibes, and I like it. I think it's good. So I'm sure the concert was probably high vibes. Yes, not wanting to give it up. Back above the opening here. YM still holding above its OP. The Russell strength is impressive.
Yeah, I mean we're holding. We're just not giving us any like real reason to long. I don't really want to short this because we are at overall higher time frame support. So
it's a nice 2-minute bar on the ES.
Yeah, what's actually funny is this isn't quite the example that I was thinking of, but over the weekend I was thinking of kind of like a example talking about the markets, how at certain points in the market, you know, for me that are like trend shifting areas, it becomes like challenging to trade. And kind of the way I'm thinking of it is at these trend shifting areas, it's like let other people do the heavy lifting, do the hard work until the coast is clear, you know? So it's like for me, Okay, so now actually NQ is getting back over the level. But, you know, I was going to say you could get a nice entry on NQ underneath this level, but I would rather let someone else do the hard work, get us over the level, and then wait for the confirmation to take entry at that point.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel that.
Yeah, so then a spike.
Yeah, that is it's a nice bounce here. Let's see,
That's
can it
like,
squeeze?
look at that, too.
Yeah, Dow's back at highs. ES not quite.
Yeah. But, like, for me, like, I couldn't have been in still with that, like, futures trade that I took. It's too wide of a stop for me.
I can't lie, I did do a small average in on my SPY YOLO.
There you go.
We had
That's
the
why
SPY level
options
down
are better.
here, and like the initial thesis. Let me pull my chart up. The initial thesis was this for this trade was kind of pre-market. We traded down to these levels. We were consolidating here, and holding, and that we could just get a little bit of a squeeze to maybe some sort of half gap or something. So when we came back down this level, I was like, I'm in it small. Let me just try to average. So we'll see. I'm even with that bounce here. I'm back at like 16% profit here. I'm still aiming for the larger move, so we'll see. When I've been trying to hold for the larger move the last 2 weeks, it has not gone well for me. But I'm trying to be like, okay, the one time I'm not.
Yeah, exactly.
I've done it the last 5 times and been disappointed. So if I close early this time and it does get the follow through, I'll be extra disappointed. So
Yeah, and that's why options sometimes are easier for these type of ideas, because with futures you need kind of a concrete stop.
yes,
But with options,
yeah, for sure.
You just size for 0 or size for whatever, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trading the Robinhood account even, which is like my secondary options account. That's a little bit smaller, so it's more of my kind of just. I normally use it for more of like swings and that kind of thing. I've been using it a little bit more this year, but it's new highs on the SPY. I think looks like it. Yeah, by a couple ticks. Although my size at this point is a little more where I wouldn't necessarily want it to go to 0.
Yeah. I'm watching this silver here as we're dumping. I'm not going to buy the impulse straight down per se, but if we can get a weak close, I'd consider that.
Oops.
Wow, that's a crazy bar on the Dow, like 200 points. Jeez, look at that.
That is a crazy bar in the Dow. Just to update you guys on the CVX trade. The remainder of this trade is sitting still right around like break even. You can see this is our entry was down here at 163s last week, where we got the nice move up to 169s. But now we have these 2 levels here that we're kind of bouncing between, continue to hold this 165.77s. If we start to break down from 165.77, I may just close the remainder on this one, but I have this week's expiration, so we'll see. I still think this name has potential to break out to the upside, but it's been consolidating. This has been where we rejected was such a strong area. If we look at this weekly chart, zoom out a little bit. You can see how this has just been, a strong area of resistance here. So makes sense that we're seeing some resistance here, but if we can get this breakthrough over the 170s, I think it can get some legs behind it. So still trying to hold the remainder of this one. Oh, SPY, let's go. SPY's up 45% here with the average in.
Silver just went up without me. I said, I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to take it at the candle close. And of course, what does it do? It drops another 40 cents at the candle close. Which is like $400 per micro, by the way.
Just a crazy move.
Per micro, not even mini.
That I know, that's crazy.
It's wild. It's wild.
I mean, I would love to see SPY get all the way up to 687 here, but that would be sick.
I would like to see it at 692.
I would absolutely love that, especially with the extra size. That would turn into a nice day. Trying to hold this one for a bigger move. We'll see. I want to see VIX come down and break new lows. That would make me feel better. I like the Dow's new highs, RTY new highs, SPY new highs. No new highs on the NASDAQ yet. Top stuff I kept looking for a reply by email, but they actually wrote back in the same chat window. Okay, that's good to know, Tamika. Thank you. Come on, baby. Let's squeeze this bad boy to the moon. I took I went pretty far out of the money on these, by the way, everybody. I'm in the 686 calls, and SPY's trading at 683.75. So we still got a bit of a ways to go. These will end up in the money, but we shall see. 687 was my first actual target with a level, so although a lofty one.
We got the hourly close here in just about a minute, so I mean,
yeah. The first hourly looks solid, given the gap down, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It's a good looking 15-minute if we close strong.
I mean, listen, it's all looking decent here. I don't want to jinx anything. But
Yeah.
I just typed it in the chat, but I'm probably gonna be taking it a bit easy the rest of the day, futures wise. Took the stab on ES, got stopped out. Trade's starting to work, but obviously, couldn't really stay in the trade unless I was in like 1 or 2 micros. But for me, it's important after a large payout not to do anything dumb and damaging. So I'm gonna definitely just take it easy. I already said I'm not gonna trade my Apex accounts anyway, but I think I'm gonna just stick to some like the lower risk accounts. Just maybe look for a flip later in the day to get the trading day in. But we'll see. I mentioned too, if silver starts looking good after hours, I might stream after hours. So
I like that. Obviously, if you want to do your own thing, do your own thing. If you are streaming and you for some reason want to do it on stock dads, let me know. We can get you set up.
Yeah, I'm not sure yet if I will, but I will definitely let you know.
Yeah, totally up to you. Obviously, if you're if you want to do your own thing on your own socials,
yeah.
that's all you. But we could even do. There's a way you can set it up where it would go to like your YouTube in the stock dads YouTube, I think. But yeah, so if you want to make it more public instead of just a Discord thing.
Yeah, I also have what's it called? Streamlabs. So in theory, I could potentially stream on Stock Dads TV while still doing my own.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a way you can do it. I know with like StreamYard, they allow you to just connect a bunch of different like multiple accounts. With OBS, you can definitely do it. I just have to look into it a little bit.
Yeah. All right, so that was the hourly close.
It's a solid hourly close there. Come on, baby.
Oh my god. I just heard an order filled and I'm like, what was that?
What was it?
I forgot to cancel my take profit. I put it at 68.
Oh no, are you long on silver now?
No. I was short on ES there for like 30 seconds.
Okay.
I actually made a point
Oh,
on it,
that is
but
a bummer, man. That stop really did kind of get you by a couple points, huh? And then
yeah, my stop was at 70 and we got to like 66. So
yeah, 65 50s, yeah.
I was trying to figure out like putting the stop underneath the opening print, which would also line up to the SPY level. But then the problem is the SPY level was roughly like 65, 66. So I would have had to give it a little bit more wiggle room, probably at like 62. And at that point, the stop's just like too wide.
Yeah,
Uh,
for sure, yeah.
so I was like, I can look for a reentry, but then of course we get a,
That
20,
2 minute, 2 minute
bar.
beefy, 2 minute beefy bar. The
Yeah,
beefy
exactly.
bar.
Exactly.
Let's
So
see here. Let's see. Wow, man, the Russell. I mean, it's funny because the Russell is. You still look at it, it's like, oh wow, man, the Russell's still down 0.6%,
yeah.
17 points on the day.
Yeah, but listen, we've seen just the last couple weeks how, despite the NQ really being awful, the Russell leading has been given opportunities to the
For
market.
sure,
Also,
for sure.
but let's see. I mean,
I
I've
tried.
seen crazier happen. So
I tried IWM cons last week, and they moved like absolute dog crap on me. So
yeah, you need a big move for those suckers which sometimes you get. Like if you just caught this little spike you just got, like you would have been good. But
yeah, for
majority
sure.
of the time, it's a slow grind and it's just tough.
Hate Coffee asks, does anyone have a top step promo? I don't think so. Top Step doesn't really do any affiliate stuff, so and they don't run promos very often. Code Stocked ads will work at Lucid, and I think Lucid just announced a new account type, Lucid Black. I actually haven't taken the time to look into it yet, but so Lucid, you can see in the bottom there, Tradeify, and I think Tradeify has a 40% deal going on a couple of their accounts through the end of today, which is a good deal. So Tradeify, Lucid, My Funded Futures, and I think those are the three main props that Stocked Ads promotes.
I will say too, I did do a somewhat deep dive, and I think personally that the current plan that they have, the Pro plan, I think is actually better than the Black that they just released.
Well, so I saw that they actually took their Pro plan away, and apparently they got a lot of backlash, so they brought it back. They actually posted on Instagram yesterday.
Yeah, and I had the Pro, and people I think had the same realization that like, hey, this Black plan actually isn't that good. It was like a weird like hybrid of like the Flex plan and the Pro. So basically, like you can get a little bit more payout than the Flex, but the thing is, they offered something called like a bonus payout, where if you make an additional 2,000, they could pay you 1,500. But now it's one of those things where if you make more profit, you'll never be able to see all of the profit, right? So like, there's no real point of it.
Gotcha.
But in theory, if you just made that profit on the Pro, you could have withdrawn it. So I think that was the reason, and I think the Pro plan is great. So that's why it's no like knock on the Black plan. It just they released a new plan, and I think that was maybe a little bit underwhelming to some.
Yeah.
Myself.
So what I read, it looked like in their Instagram post that they were getting the most backlash on is the Pro plan. I think was their only plan where you could pass it in one day.
That as well.
And so which I think a lot of people didn't like that they didn't have that as an option anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I mean, excuse me. You don't have to like, pass in a day, but having that flexibility definitely is nice. I like to try to do that in a day.
I do as well. Yeah.
It was also just the payout rules. So the payout rules were definitely more beneficial for the Pro, because on the Black you can only take 1,500, and then if you get the bonus payout you can take more, but you have to make an additional 2,000 even for that. Where the Pro plan, it's a scaling where you can make 1,500 and then you can make 2,000 per account, then 2,500. So with 5 accounts, now we're talking about multiple different 5-figure payouts, which is great. I almost just as well, guys. I was debating it on my other screen. I was watching it. I just decided to pass, but this 2-minute here flipped to the downside on silver, and I was saying we can short this to the 5-minute 20, which it just did tag. Ended up working, but it kind of could have gone either way. So I actually don't mind a long if we can drop a little bit more to 92 sevens or so. Don't mind that. Let's see.
Hate Coffee Top One Futures is another prop firm that they have a good deal going. I'm trying to get stock that set up with them. I've taken a bunch of payouts from them, but I think they have 60% off for new users right now. You can use code FUNDME. But I'm going to hopefully we'll get stocked out set up with them here shortly, and we can learn more about them. They have some interesting deals with their new Ignite accounts. They're pretty cheap, but they have some interesting rules. So we'll see. If I can get stocked out set with them, we'll talk about them more hopefully later this week.
All right.
My SPY contracts are bouncing between 35 and they were at highest up about 60%. So the Lucid Black accounts with code stock ads are 40% off. So 40% off. A couple 40% off deals looks like going on prop accounts this week, or at least today.
Damn, Ondas with a crazy bar. Wow. This was like my top watch for the dip, as I mentioned, but small dip over the opening print, rallied $1, and now we're off to the races, going from 11.8 to 13.8. Jeez.
Damn.
What a bar.
No data today. Tomorrow we have Trump speaking. It looks like 8:30 a.m. and then some data on Thursday and Friday.
Still holding MP down about 8%. Not adding to it yet, though. At 20.
There's new highs on NQ and ES. SpyCon's a little over 60% here.
Part of me thinks that we do get to those kind of higher targets, because the key thing that I'm watching right now, QQQ earlier in the day around 612 was potentially flipping to the downside. Now we're kind of salvaging that. So if we get more of a rally, if we can close the day up to 617, 618, which isn't the craziest thing ever, that'd be like a 1% or so rally from the bottom. Then the next day could rally again. We could save this flip, and this could be what we needed to finally break out of this nasty range. This is arguably the most range bound that QQQ has been in years.
Yeah.
So we shall see.
I'm trying to hold a little bit more here, but because I'm so far out of the money on 0 days, I'm looking, if we get another little pop, I don't really want to hold full through a big pullback here, so probably look to take off some here if we can get a little more. The VIX did break new lows and then kind of rallied kind of back in towards the lower end of its range here.
Holding a swinging chime in drawdown for about a week. Very nice failure to lower so far here.
Oh, I got man. I'm checking out the stock GameStop email here. GameStop paid out over $1,000 last week. Top earners right now. Zach Kleinwalks. Did I
Oh
say your
yeah.
last name right? I don't.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you try to keep it a DL. My bad. Zach Austin.
No,
Hey, if you got like your author name with the Austin, is that your middle name or is that just like
Yeah.
Okay,
middle name.
okay. $844. Let's go,
Yeah.
baby. Cam
And
Thomas.
what's funny is that
360.
so my initials are ZAK, and that also spells Zach. Which
Oh,
is
that's pretty
cool.
funny.
Yeah.
My best friend in like elementary school, his name was Zach, and he was a ZACK kind of guy, not a ZACH.
Oh yeah. A lot of different ways.
To skin a cat. Oh, by the way, the hot takes with the bruschetta. What was it? Bruschetta, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that was funny. I was cracking up seeing that slab of meat sitting in front of you, dude. That's hilarious. Did you film a bunch like in one sitting?
No, I didn't, but I think I'm gonna need to because I'm not gonna lie, it's starting to smell a little bit like.
You gotta get the meat sweats going, dude.
Yeah, I might have to either pull the plug on the series or might have to film like 20 videos and then just do something with it.
Dude, what you should have got Jake over there for some collab content. Get him on the he can eat.
I started
Get him all stoned up.
it started smelling like a grocery store a little bit in here, so.
Bro, you gotta get like take like your George Foreman grill out on the street and just start cooking and
literally
New York City style, baby.
Oh yeah. And he rejected the 5-minute 8 EMA for now.
Yeah, seeing a decent
20.
decent pullback here.
Yeah. This is the spot though it should potentially put in a higher low if it wants to.
So there's a guy I follow who does. I think he makes really good content and does a lot of research on it and stuff. And he's been diving into the Greenland stuff with America winning Greenland. And there's like 4 or 5 people from the PayPal mafia, billionaires involved. And his theory is that the billionaires, they've been wanting to make these like advanced AI cities for a while, and his theory, based off of following everything and everybody's who's involved and who's been investing in Greenland and all this different stuff, is that they want Greenland to start testing these futuristic tech AI cities on. It's been pretty interesting watching this stuff.
Yeah. And a little deep of a pullback here.
Yeah. Come on. Come on.
It's funny because I don't know if I think on stream before I mentioned the ticker MNMD, which was a psychedelic mushroom company. Do you remember me saying that at all?
Yeah, briefly, yeah.
Yeah. So that's one of the stocks that I've been kind of hot on because it broke out of this like multi-year range and just looking really good. However, I'm not sure why, but the ticker got changed to DFTX, I guess, new ownership or something. And because of that, there wasn't as much data to like trade off of. And so I decided to close my leaps that I had at break even. And of course, today, stock
Ripper.
rallies
Oh my
from
gosh, dude,
14.6
that
all the way up
sucks.
to 17.
That's
Yeah.
brutal.
And the funny part is, sometimes I'll text like my mom certain trades that I'm in, and I now this is the second time where I forgot to tell her that like I closed.
Oh, so mom's is still in?
She's up 100 something percent.
Let's
She just sent me
go.
she just sent me a screenshot.
Let's go. That's fire. That's hilarious.
She just texted me saying, "Sell?" question mark.
Are you telling her to sell, take profit, or?
Yeah, I don't know if that's backwards or you can see that right, but it's up like 140%.
Let's
Over
go.
$1,000. Yeah.
We're gonna have to get her on the stream, dude. We gotta get a Mother's Day. We gotta do a collab stream.
She one time, this is back when I first started like really getting into options, like in 2020, 2021. She I told her I was short for Zoom earnings. I'm like, oh, they can't continue. This is like unsustainable. And then like she goes, oh yeah, maybe. And then she was long, and she didn't tell me. And she had two contracts. I think they were very very. Let me see if I can even find the chart. They were relatively cheap.
Yeah, so kind of out of the monies.
Out of the money. Let me see if I can find them. I could, if I see it, I can tell you exactly what earnings
Where it was in the chart. Yeah.
Yeah. Keep in mind, Zoom was trading at way higher.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was this right here. Because I'm like, this is so irrational. This is never gonna happen. They gap up from 325 to 440, and they run to 470. And then my mom, I think, turned $1,800 or like $1,500 or something to like 27,000.
No way.
Yeah,
That's
and
so
then after
sick.
that, she thought she knew how to trade. I'm like, no.
You got lucky on an earnings YOLO. Bro,
Yeah.
why couldn't Coinbase have just done that for me, man? They had like the greatest earnings in history and just freaking decided to kill my account instead.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's very rare we see like these large of moves anymore.
Yeah.
With like the mainstream stocks. That's why it's like the big one that I hit on was, which actually I didn't hold through earnings, but hold on, I took a couple trades and it was PL. This one I just felt like, it had the space theme. It had this like expanded range it was starting to build. It was starting to break out, flag, and then had that big earnings gap from 12 to 15. Caught this move in here, caught another move, and now here we are at $30+ up 100% since then. That's why these post earnings moves, these post earnings gaps are so powerful.
Yeah, for sure. But no, I agree with you. I feel like for a little while, they like early on, like Nvidia earnings a little while ago used to like, and every now and then they still will, but yeah. I feel like now it's kind of they get more hyped for, like you said, the bigger names. Even Meta and Apple have had some crazy post earnings moves, but yeah, recently the bigger names seem to kind of stay a little more flat.
Definitely, yeah. I think sometimes we'll see like TSM or like MU, some like a little still mainstream, but a little bit not as obviously impactful, but it's very rare. I feel like actually the biggest one I think of recent memory that we saw, I think was recently with Meta. It had actually a pretty big drop. I think that was probably the biggest like mega tech name that we saw. It dropped from 750 down to like 660, so almost about like 10% or so. That was probably the largest gap we've seen in some time from a big name.
Frank thinks Mom should hop in on some Affirm.
Oh yeah, I'm with that movement.
Indices, at least the SPY and the NQ seeing still a pretty decent pullback here. RTY is still holding up the best. YM's not holding up too shabby either. CVX is still just kind of basing here right above 165.77s. VIX has rallied back into its range here. No, I'm getting a little skeptical here. If this was going to keep squeezing, I would have liked to see it squeeze a little bit more.
Yeah, it's pretty much at the must-hold spot for me with the RTH, the regular trading hours. VWAP, we have the level there on NQ. I will say the Russell's holding very well, considering the Dow's kind of just looking like the SNQ, but it could just kind of set up that 1, 2, 3 hourly. We did poke above a little bit, but maybe kind of spend some time consolidating, maybe kind of more like a doji bar on the hourly, and then maybe move from there. But I don't think I'm going to do too much more. I'm still going to monitor what I have, which right now we are getting some bounces, which is nice, but we just need to hold. Let's see. It sucks when I'm looking at my watch list with percent change, and USAR is number 3 on the list. We do. I mean, a lot of names are really green right now. Which I think for us shows, pretty healthy market. Even some names that aren't green are getting some rally back, right? Well, there's a lot that are like very, very green, between 5 and 10% gains. And then there, obviously there are some that were down 5, 10% that now are rallying.
Yeah.
So.
Solid looking bar right there.
Yeah, we like to see that type of thing.
Gives us a decent lower wick on the 15-minute close there that we just got. Just hit 11 o'clock here. You got any rooting interest in the NFL playoffs Super Bowl run here?
I think I would like to see the Broncos, kind of defy the odds with their backup quarterback.
That'd be sick, yeah. Cool.
Plus, I have a lot of friends that are Patriots fans, so.
Yeah, Yeah, it's probably the one team I don't want to see.
Yeah, I don't want to hear it from them, so.
Although they sit in a pretty good spot right now.
Yeah. I would like to see the Seahawks. I mean, honestly, I don't really dislike any of the other teams besides really the Patriots. Yeah. I would like to see the Seahawks because I think it's a good story. Sam Darnold, was kind of somewhat of a bust and a backup, and now turning into like a pretty solid quarterback with a really good team. So I feel like those stories like that are pretty cool.
Was he in New York, Sam Darnold?
Yeah, he was on the Jets.
Okay. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I was gonna say I don't really like the Patriots, although they are definitely less hateable with Drake May instead of Brady, but still, it's just.
I agree. It's more so for me, not anything about against the team. Like I don't.
It's really your friends. Yeah, I get that.
My friends are just super annoying.
For sure. I get that.
When was the last time any of the New York teams won?
Yeah, New York football fans gotta be tough. Although you do have forever like the most smack talk
Yes.
against the Patriots with that Eli
Absolutely.
Manning.
Yes, so we do have some bragging rights for sure, for sure.
That was wild, man. That it's funny because I think of that Super Bowl, between that Super Bowl and then the Super Bowl with that I absolutely love, of course, was the Steelers against the Cardinals. Two of the craziest games and ending to recent Super Bowls. Those
Yeah,
both were nuts.
absolutely.
Come on. Let's just go new highs here. NASDAQ 15-minute broke previous 15-minute high, but the other ones did not.
I just wrote it in the chat, but I mentioned that Poet just hit $9, which is my first big target here before we break these highs and go for double digits plus. But up about 45% or so on the contract, so definitely a good spot to take that first trim if you haven't already.
Good stuff.
For the Poet leaps that we have.
Yeah, the YM pullback starting to get deep.
Yeah.
Up to a balmy 11 degrees, baby. Man, that was a miss.
Oof.
Earlier today, I was looking at this EOSE, this pullback to VWAP right here at $17. And I decided against it. I was like, I don't know. That was a nice rally.
That's a solid one for sure. About 20 minutes for the hour close, give or take.
We'll be hanging out for about another 20 minutes here before we take a quick lunch break. And we'll have Aaron coming back for his nooner recap. Shout out Aaron. His team won the college football national championship last night.
Hey. I thought he liked Notre Dame. Maybe I was wrong.
I think he likes Notre Dame, but he's from he's at least currently living in Indiana. I think he's from Indiana.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
But he is a Notre Dame fan too. I think those are like this is kind of his hometown team, and then his, he posted. It's funny because he never posts on Instagram, but he posted a couple stories yesterday. He was lifting at the gym with this dude and all this Hoosiers gear. He had like the striped pants on and like.
That's funny.
Zach just kept sending me pictures of Bella Danger that they were showing during the game. I don't know who that is, but Zach just kept sending me. He's like, "Look, they keep showing her on the broadcast."
It's funny. I watched the second half, and it was. I mean, I didn't watch the first half, but at least the second half was pretty solid.
Yeah, I think it was a really good game. I actually didn't really watch much of it. I was like getting the updates from ESPN on my phone.
Yeah.
I was like on dad duty, and the kids were like, "What in the lane?" But I was watching the Transformers animation series. That's what I was watching. There you go.
Yeah, I'm not a huge college football guy, but I do like to watch the big games.
Yeah, I think what is it? I don't even know what they call it now. How they can get paid and all that stuff. It definitely hurt the sport.
Yeah.
From a viewing perspective, I mean, good for the players get you money, but NQ looking like it wants highs here. Bring Spy with it, baby. That's new highs on the Qs.
RTY new highs as well.
Now let's like break this and give us a power bar. Let's break it with some power.
Give us a nice little 20-point bar again.
Yeah.
So I can mentally take some profit. I was very close to longing that 360 though on NQ after that failure to go lower off the level off of VWAP.
Yeah.
The stop was a little wide. It was like 50 points. I didn't want to take another potential paper cut, but definitely was the move. His MP is getting a 15-minute failure to go lower, so I'm prepared to potentially add into it full size.
Do have NQ right at a resistance level here, a couple points higher, 431.50. It's like at the end of the day. Give us new highs. We will
Not a great 5-minute.
No, no, it's not. I just saw the GIF that BBQ Buddha posted in the Discord main chat.
I'll check it out.
It's funny. The lightsaber.
The 5-minute just needs to flip on NQ and ES, and then I feel pretty good. I guess I just added to my MP at 4.4 here. So now I'm in full size.
All right, baby. Let's give it some juice here. Give it some juice. Give it some juice. Give it a loop. Give it a loop.
I said I wasn't going to add to it, potentially, but I do like this setup here as we are getting a nice 15-minute failure to go lower. Hourly potential 1, 2, 3, and I also retested the hourly 8. I was okay if it was just a 75% size, but I still like it enough to be full, so now I'm in full.
He's also $22,000 richer right now than he was this morning.
That is awesome.
I guess until Uncle Sam comes and has his say, but.
Oh, yeah. I'll make sure to figure out $22,000 worth of write-offs.
There you go. There you go.
A pretty good start now to the year on futures with that payout.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Yeah, because you already had gotten a payout from some.
Yeah, I gotten 2 payouts, so now we're at a total of 36,200.
Not a bad
Yeah.
first 20 days of the year at all.
Yeah, definitely.
Um, question: have you guys decided what is being done with the Futures Boot Camp recording jet?
They're editing them,
Okay,
and I know DJ wanted to like edit them nicely, chop them up, so it's gonna probably be a couple weeks.
gotcha.
Um,
But they're just gonna go out on socials as like short form.
yeah, I think. So like the answer is like yes, we do have the recordings, but also like we weren't bluffing and saying like you're not gonna have access to them right away.
Yeah.
So obviously it's very important to be there live when possible. So yeah, I'm not sure. I do know that they are with the editor, so that is certain.
Nice, nice. Toying with me. Quit playing games with my heart, my heart. I'm looking at. I want to make some sort of custom fidget spinner. When I've been sitting here on stream, I've been fidgeting. We gotta get some
Yeah.
branded, something branded. We got 10 minutes here. 10 minutes to the second hourly bar closes. Right now, still holding up with a little bit of the doji theory that Zach talked about earlier.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. It's a big gap. Even if we do rally more, typically we need to digest a bit, and especially because the 5 minute hasn't flipped yet, and when we have such a big gap, it likely takes time. So like NQ, it's possible that we might flip it before the hourly close, but ES, I would say very unlikely unless we pop at least 20 points.
Mm.
But I mean, I could see a slow grind up. We've already had a pretty big range on the day. About 200 points in the Nasdaq, and it's been 2 hours, not even. So I would say if we can get up to like 25,500 on the Nasdaq, close the day up there or above, I'd feel decent about potentially having this pivot low in.
Ooh, I got a little ladybug crawling on my desk here. Does that mean moon?
I think so.
Pump it, ladybug. I can't believe there's ladybugs still alive with how cold it is outside.
Yeah, seriously.
I'm hoping that we are able to launch the game show at the Tradeify sponsorship this week. Waiting on Tradeify to get the accounts set up for us to trade on. Should be this week.
right. So we, for the most part, spent a full hour on individual names going sideways, indices, kind of poked higher, poked lower, but pretty much sideways. So we got 6 minutes or so for the hourly close.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if this gets any more follow through or not. A little bit of a slower morning, but
Yeah,
nothing too crazy.
to be expected though after crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
after Giant move down, sometimes we got to take some time to digest that move here. Be interested to see Aaron's thoughts when he comes back for the nooner here at 12. We're going to step away here for a bit of a lunch break, and we'll be back on at noon.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody has any questions before we go, feel free to let us know. We'll see you guys start setting up the Zach's mom's guest appearance for Mother's Day here.
That'd be funny.
Come see if she can out trade him.
Oh yeah.
That's not what we wanted to see.
Yeah, I'll be hopping off shortly, and if any updates, I'll post in the Discord as always.
Yeah, I'm probably just getting ready to close it up myself, just because of these being out of the money, time decay starting to get to him here.
Yeah. 5 minutes more here.
Looking like VIX wants to rally back up on the range here. Wouldn't also be all that shocking to see this start to range out and eventually maybe even move lower in the day, but we'll see.
Yeah, if at any point we lose the opening print on NASDAQ, we'll be in real trouble.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, because at that point now we would have a pretty nasty. Well, again, we have to get there first. But if we do get under the opening print, we would have a 200-point topping tail, which at that point the daily would probably flip to the downside, and then maybe even accelerate. So we'll see. Still have time.
Yep.
No.
Above VWAP here as well.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yes, at VWAP above open print. So we shall see.
All right, Zach, thanks for coming on, man. I think I'm going to step away, grab something to eat, getting hungry here. So I'm going to step off real quick. And then, like I said, we'll be back with Aaron for the nooner and to wrap things up. And then we'll be back tomorrow, 8:15 a.m. And so we'll be here. Tomorrow's Wednesday. We missed Monday this week. Missed Monday this week. So we got Wednesday and Thursday to wrap up the rest of this week. But hope everybody had a solid trading morning. And we'll talk to you guys all soon. So don't go anywhere. See you, Zach.
There you go, guys. See ya.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. Aaron, how was your morning, sir?
It was good. It was busy. It was good.
Well, that's good. That's good.
How about yourself?
It was good. It was good. I'll let you go ahead and take it away here.
All right. What's up, everybody? Mr. Wealth, how are you? Give everybody a minute or two to get in. Make sure you say hi. Got a pretty important morning here for our week, so we'll get into it in just a second. All right. Good afternoon. What's up, Art? Hello, Amanda. Miss Tomika. What's up? What's up, Frank? Eno, how are you? Good morning or afternoon, wherever you are. All right, we'll get started here in just a sec, guys. All right. Hope everybody had a good morning. Ready for a short week. All right. Okay. Well, let's get started, guys. All right. So starting off with the VIX. Now, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. Oh, Pally Girl, how are you? I thought your picture kind of looked familiar, but it was kind of hard for me to see. All right. So this is a leading indicator of our U.S. indices, right? Now, it runs inverse. So VIX down, indices up, VIX up, indices down. So this is a really big deal right here, because when you zoom out, remember, we're in rollover right now. So trading view, yours is going to look different. They always roll it over early. Okay. But on the continuous contract, okay, on the current contract, we're at, call it 1920. All right. So when we go to the continuous, it's going to roll over tonight. All right. And those 1920s, okay, are going to put us right about here. Okay. So on the continuous contract, we've got these highs on November 18th, which are the 2520s, down to these lows at 1595. Excuse me. So you can see those, when the VIX rolls over, it's going to be right at this short setup. Okay, so we can fall all the way back down to this low. Now, what we were watching to confirm that, okay, was a break of a long setup. And we broke our long setup. All right, now, what we have to watch, the only level we're really going to have to watch out for here, see this long setup broke, that's the one we were talking about this morning, is our halfway, let's see if our halfway back in the week just broke. What's that, 27, 25, 20. Yeah, we did. We broke our halfway back in the week. So this is what we're going to start doing. We're going to start watching the old contract lows to new contract highs, okay? So this new contract high right now, and I'm just simulating the rollover, is 2005. All right, so remember 2005. So when we go to the continuous, we're going to draw from these lows, right? Where's old contract low, new contract high, 2005. Put it right on there. Get down there. There we go. All right, so that's going to be down here at these 1790s. What's up, squirrel? All right, that's going to be down here at these 1790s. All right, so we can simulate this on the continuous if you want, because we're drawing from the 1580s. Okay, the 1580s to highs. All right, so let's do that. So 1580, there we go. So this is what we're going to start watching, because we know the old contract lows to new contract highs, this level is the one very dangerous level we have to watch out for on the indices once a month. Excuse me. Okay. Because this is what can cause massive explosions and downside risk events in our markets, right? So now that we've broken pretty much all variations of longs. There could be multiple different support levels here, but we're just going with what we know here. So what we're going to watch are these pullbacks now. All right, this is in the new contract, in the G contract, from our highs here on the 20th, this is today, overnight to our lows. Okay, so in the short term, we could see a squeeze back into this resistance that would send the indices down. And then the VIX roll back over. That'd be an indice pullback. All right. So now I don't know if it came out today or not. They keep putting it off, but there was the potential of having the Supreme Court rule on the tariff situation. I don't know if that's come out yet or not. I've been out pretty much all morning. I had some stuff to do. So I don't know if that's come out, but Rick, what's up? Mr. Wells, February 20th now for the tariff. When you say February 20th, are you talking about against the EU, or are you talking about the decision by the Supreme Court? If you could update me, I'd appreciate it. Decision. Oh, okay. What's up, Ty? So we'll see, right? We'll see if this pullback will send the indices down into their pullbacks, and we're just going to run inverse of this on the indices. Okay. So as of right now, unless something dramatic happens, the indices are kind of out of the woods, so to speak. Okay. So we'll see as we go into the afternoon here. All right. Now, if the VIX just continues to melt, right, we know we've got plenty of room. You know, the indices will just grind higher. Okay. All right. So any questions? This will be a little bit easier after we roll over tonight. Everybody good? Everybody good? All right. Okay. All right, moving on. Okay, so our financials. Now, remember, our financials don't have to be, perfect, right? This is just an index. This isn't traded, but we want to be on the right side of these. And you can see they found support, right? Now, whether that's the front run of our halfway back on the year, or it's just our next measured move, really doesn't make any difference, right? But now what we're looking for is for bank to change trend, right? Because we were in this little downtrend, ran into support, and now we'll see if we lift off. You can see we're holding pullbacks coming out of this low. So if we continue to see bank rising, that's that tailwind for the indices, right? So as of right now, we've kind of flipped, right? We've got bank in longs, and we've got VIX in shorts now. Okay, as of right now. All right. Which is bullish for the indices. Okay, which is bullish for the indices. You can see bank's got a lot of room too. Bank's got a lot of room. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that going into the afternoon. All right, now when we get to the ES, when you zoom out, okay, onto the daily chart, you can see we've got this room to fall. All right, and that's from our lows on November 20th, this is on the daily chart, November 21st to January 13th. But the VIX ran into resistance and has broke long setups, right? So again, it doesn't matter where the indices are. They don't lead anything, right? They don't lead anything. Okay, so wherever they are, when the VIX hits that resistance and breaks longs, breaks longs, they can lift off. All right. So let me go down to the 15-minute. Remember, we were watching this. This was the long that the VIX broke. Okay, and you'll see this on the other indices as well. All right, this was the long that the VIX broke, right there. Okay, and the indices broke their shorts. All right, so we're going to watch same thing, just inverse of the VIX. Right, we're going to watch these pullbacks. All right, just like that. All right, and those could change trend. Now these could be sloppy. These could absolutely be sloppy, meaning they could break their 61.8 and it doesn't matter, because if the VIX doesn't break this and rolls back over, then we're going to lift off, right? Remember, the indices are going to move further, farther, faster inversely to what the VIX does. So the VIX might only move a few ticks, but the indices are going to move a lot further, okay, in the opposite way. So we'll just keep an eye on this when it finds resistance, wherever that might be. Okay, wherever that might be. Now remember, there's two ways a market changes trend, right? One is, in this situation, we'll break along and then we'll hold this first pullback short and roll over. And that gives you your right shoulder, right? Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. The other way is we'll make a double top or double bottom. So could we squeeze back into these highs and then roll over? Yeah, absolutely. You can do whatever it wants. Okay. But this is one of those situations where, you know, if we get up here and we see a reaction, right, and we start falling, then the indices are going to lift off. Okay. So that's where the ES is. So I say that to say this, that this could be sloppy, right? Absolutely, it could be. Okay. Now, we still have Friday's 4 p.m. close up here, because remember, this yesterday was a half day. There's Friday's 4 p.m. close up there, so we still have an unfilled gap above us. Right now, could you make a case that market participants are trying to trade this? You could. It's just not. We don't have the normal participation for the gap fill that on a half day. It's kind of a right. But this is the one that we're watching going into this week, right? And then of course tomorrow. All right, we'll see where we close today. All right, so that's where we're looking for support. Okay, down in this area, and we'll see when the VIX gets up here and rolls over. All right, if it can even make it, right? If it can even make it. So that's what we're watching going into the afternoon. But you can see these are all short setups, and then the shorts broke, and we actually held this off of lows right there, a little bit sloppy. Target coming off the target. We're just going to trail the. We're going to continue to trail these all week if we can. All right. So there's the ES. Okay. Trying to change trend with the VIX here. All right. Now here's the NASDAQ. Okay. NASDAQ, here was that short. It broke. Right there. Right. And then we're drawing longs from lows. There we go. Pull back right there. Target. Same maker new high. Right. So same thing. Right. Same thing as the ES, just inverse of the VIX, right? So just like that. Okay. So we'll see if we get these pullbacks today. Just again, these don't mean anything, right? It's this. When this gets here and rolls over, that's when, you know, the indices will lift off. Okay. Or it just melt. Obviously it can just melt. We know that. But if it does make a pullback, we'll look at that roll over there. Okay, now onto the YM and the Russells. Now think bank, right? YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to bank's movements. Now look where the YM is. All right, here's its pullback. Its next pullback is from these lows on December 1st, okay, to our highs up here on January 7th, right? We're coming into that pullback. All right, that's our next measured move right there. And we just broke shorts. Okay, there was that same short setup that all the other indices have. All right, so we broke it. So if bank continues in longs, right, then we'll have liftoff on the YM and the Russells. Okay, so that's what we're watching right there. Now we'll see if we have enough. Oh, look at that, traded already, almost to the tick. Right there. So it traded this pullback and ripped, right? So again, we'll just see if we have enough participation here. And as long now bank rolls back over, right, then you can see the YM and the Russells, you know, fall back down the bottom of their ranges. Okay, but as long as the bank continues higher, right, the YM and the Russells are going to lift off. All right. Okay, so moving on to the Russells. All right, look at the Russells today with bank. Just absolute rip. Absolute rip. And we've seen it. We talked about this exact thing this morning. It's happened about, this would be like the third time in the past, call it 6 weeks or so, that bank will go into shorts, right? The Russells will go into shorts with bank, and then bank will change trend, and the Russells will absolutely rip, right? And that's what's starting here. And you can see that Russells has already broken through the opposing move, already broken through it. All right, so we're going to be watching for longs off of lows here. Oop, why does it do that? As we move into the rest of the week. All right, but if bank continues straight up, it's the Russells and the YM, Russells especially, but the Russells and the YM going to have a huge tailwind, right? Huge tailwind. Okay. So we'll just keep drawing from these lows. If it keeps making new highs, we'll just keep drawing from these lows to highs. Okay. All right. So there's the indices. So any questions, VIX Bank indices? All right. Before we move on to the other stuff. Everybody good with the rollover and everything? So TradingView, you're just using the G contract. And you're just drawing highs to lows. All right, all this other stuff, it probably won't even come into play until we roll over tonight, and then we won't have to worry about cutting and pasting draws and whatnot. Okay. All right, so there we go. Now Bitcoin. Okay, Bitcoin is falling out of this 38.2 of this halfway back, right? From beginning of our crypto winter on October 6th to our lows down here on November 20th, we traded right into that 38.2% line. This was also a profit target of a long, okay? And we broke our series of longs. There was a series going up and we broke it. Now, the only thing we have to worry about on the long side, okay, is this halfway back. Since we broke the series, that's the only thing we really have to worry about. All right. So if we break these 87 297s, if we break those, then we've confirmed our targets down at 69 390. All right. So we'll see. Now, if we do find some support here, and there'll be support there's always support at a halfway back. It's just a matter of how much, right? So why is this not doing this? Hold on real quick. It irritates me when it does that. There we go. If we don't break that 61.8 right there, okay, we could make a pullback, and then we'll probably have a little battle over the trend. All right, but that's what we want to see break right there. Okay, it is in shorts. It is absolutely in shorts. It's shorts on the larger time frame, and it's short on the smaller time frame too. Okay, it is currently in short setups. All right. So there's Bitcoin. Right. That's good. That's nice. This is really nice. All right. So let's go to spot here. Okay. Now spot hasn't moved a whole lot, or hasn't been moving a whole lot, I should say, over the weekends. All right. And on the holidays. But when you zoom out, I want you guys to remember where we are here. Okay. So here's a weekly chart. Our targets are down at 33.5. Okay. Or between September and October 6th of this year. But when you look at this on the larger time frame, that doesn't look too pretty. Right. So you can see it's falling down to these 69s, and there's going to be some support there that we'll have to churn through. But that's a big move, right? That's a big boy move right there. All right, from up here at 90 down to the 69.7. All right, and we're looking at the same thing on the hourly, right? Like a smaller time frame. So there's still this halfway back that we'll have to get through. Right, and then we've got the short from highs here. Okay. All right, so we're looking at the same thing All right, we're looking at the same thing on the spot market as we are in the futures market. Okay? All right. So there's that, and that's where we're sitting on all those. So stocks. What would you guys like to see going into this week? Anybody? Stocks. There we go. There's a couple. Easy E, what's up? All right, RR and BMNR. All right. Let's look at it. I don't think we've looked at this before. Oh, yeah, we have. All right. Oh, this is kind of brand new. Not a whole lot of data here. All right, so the only data we have, these are kind of tough when you just don't have a whole lot of data. From this all-time high down here to this all-time low, you can see that there's resistance right there, right? Now, that, okay, what's the volume on it? Oh, plenty of volume. That has broken these longs from lows, okay? So if we're going just off of technicals, and you can see when it broke this long from lows right there, we immediately held the short. All right, and this is on the weekly chart. You can see we immediately held that short set up. All right, as soon as we broke that long. So that's how it looks right now on the larger time frame. Okay, so it's got some work to do. All right, it's got some work to do. Right now, you're just kind of going sideways in here. All right, let's see. Looks like you pierced that. So there could be a little long. I'm not sure what the time, time horizon you're looking at, but it is appearing to hold this little long here after it broke that little short inside of that range. So we could squeeze back up into these $485 area. But a lot of times with these lower priced small caps like this, you just got to be careful because there's a lot of volatility in these. All right. So that's what we're looking at on that one. Might just kind of going sideways right now, but not a whole lot going on. But that's what you're looking like, right? It's got some room. It's got some room to squeeze up into these $5 area. Okay. All right, and then BMNR. Oh. Okay. Now remember, Bitcoin's in shorts, right? We're in the crypto winter. Okay, so here's BMNR, just going down in short setups, right? From October 7th of last year to November 21st of last year, there's the short, right? There's the short, it broke the opposing move right there. And then we're just holding our next short worker bee move inside of that. Right there. All right, so it's still in short setups, right? Absolutely in shorts. Right now, you're just trying to pick a bottom. If you're going long, you're just trying to pick a bottom. The path of least resistance is down. Okay, until it's not anymore, right? And as long as Bitcoin stays in the crypto winter, which we've got until September, this could definitely have a headwind, right? All right. Okay. And remember that too, ETH is following Bitcoin. So anything in the crypto universe, unless you're scalping tiny little meme coins or whatever. So, all right. Cores, yeah. There's cores right in the short setup, right there. Okay. So there's the daily chart. It's kind of stuck between the long and the short. All right. There's the long off of lows from April 9th of last year to our highs up here in November of last year. Okay. There's the pullback, right? But we slammed right into this short up here. Okay. So this is kind of one of those straight up or not at all type scenarios. All right, coming off of these lows, you can see it. There's number one. There was that extension right there. All right, there was that extension right there. Didn't quite make it to target, so we can leave that extension right there. All right, and if that extension breaks, we're making a much larger pullback. All right, if that extension breaks, we're making a much larger pullback. So this is in a straight up or not at all type scenario. All right. Yeah, we slammed right into this short. Right into that right there. All right. So there's cores. Okay. Netflix? Yeah. It's got earnings here. Oh, hold on, hang on. Netflix. All right. Okay, so we're falling. This will be interesting to see with these earnings. We're falling right into this big extension long. This is on the weekly chart. Okay, and that's from our highs in July of 23 to our highs. Okay, that's the next extension long right here. Okay, we've already traded these, remember? Right? There's number one. There's number two. Here was number three. And this would be number four. Okay. So price-wise, let's see. That's right. We were going down in these, going down in these extensions, just seeing if they'll break. Right? There's resistance right there. So that little extension short, now obviously with earnings can toss things all over the place, blah, blah, blah. But December 10th, all right, to our lows. So that's the short it's currently in right now. All right, and then if we break that and then you see us hold a pullback, then that can change the trend. Okay, and there's a long way to go. All right, what were these? What was these? 10 to 1. Okay. All right, so that's where Netflix is. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the how these earnings, not where they come in, but how the market reacts to it. All right. Okay. Any other? You're welcome, EG. Any other stocks, guys? Everybody good? Okay. All right, so let's get back to it here. All right. Okay, so here comes the VIX making that pullback. All right, this is an important pullback, right? So we can actually trade up into this resistance, right? Because this is a 1970. So we don't need to round, we just add a tick 75. So we'd need to break the 75s, but that would put us right back into these highs. So we'll see where we find resistance. All right, we'll see where we find resistance. And that, again, is when the indices will lift off. So, okay, so moving on to crude oil. Now, crude oil held this long. Remember we were talking about this for a while? I got it down here somewhere just waiting. But this was the big pullback that we've been waiting on crude oil. Okay, we dipped into these lows, right? And we have this pullback here. Here's the resistance. All right. So if we break the 61.8 of this short from highs, that's why I got an alert right set right there. then we can run all the way back up here. All right, so that's what we're looking at. This is the pullback we were looking at because there was a series of shorts leading us down, right? And when those shorts broke, we want to buy that first pullback. And there's that first pullback right here. So now it needs to just get through this 61.8 up here. All right, and that's just drawing from the highs on the 14th down here to this low on the 15th. Okay, and we're going to run in. I mean, we're going to have to churn through that. We're going to run into resistance. It's always going to be there. Okay, so that's what we're looking at on crude oil right now. If we don't get through this, then we're in a battle over the trend because we're more than likely going to fall right back down to the lows. But if we do get through it, then we can draw from these lows to wherever it stops and look for a pullback to enter that trend. Okay? So get through there. Get to getting. All right? I'm just at break even, just waiting, right? Stops at entry, just waiting to see what it does. All right? Because I'm looking for this much larger move here. All right? So there's crude oil. All right, now gold and silver. All right, gold. This is crazy. Not crazy, but this is aggressive. Okay, here's gold's net. Now, here, let me zoom out so you can see what I'm talking about. All right. First of all, here's the larger pullback. We didn't even come close. Right? We didn't even come close to that larger pullback. Okay, but that's our daily support below us. Now, when you zoom in, all right, there were these pullbacks coming through here. Now, there's a extension long, okay, from these highs. Right? It was right there. That's the new extension long right there. And we didn't even make a pullback to it. All right? That's where it got bought up. Okay, that's where it got bought. That's how aggressive that is. And this is a new extension that we haven't even traded yet. So we're going to just continue to trail. I mean, there could be, you know, all sorts of different support anchors that we can find after the fact. But this was our next move. And it got, I mean, it didn't even make a pullback. That's really aggressive. All right, so we'll see. If we go through this target, we're just going to keep trailing from this, right? We're just going to keep trailing. Eventually, it'll give a pullback, but I mean, it could just go on a straight up run. With everything going on in the bond markets and currency and all that we talked about this morning, gold could just take off, right? It's the only real currency, right? Gold and silver, right? They're the only real sound money, right? So that's where we're sitting on gold. All right. That's just wow, right? When we go to silver, silver's defending that previous high. Right? What we're watching on silver was from these lows of the week to highs of the week last week. That's the pullback. Okay, that's last week's lows of the week to highs of the week. Right there. That target's up here at 96.95. Inside of this, right, since we haven't gotten to that target yet, we could have these pullbacks. Move them up to highs now. But what is defending, this is what we drew up this morning, are these previous highs, right? Those previous highs are defending. Just, you know, that's what we said, right? That what could get in the way of us making this pullback would be these previous highs. And as of right now, they're defending. Right? So if we lift off from here, we've got all sorts of targets above us. Are we going to see $100 silver this week? I don't know. It's a long way to go, but we'll see. All right. Those look sharp, right? I mean, they look really strong. I mean, their support levels are strong. Right? Support levels are strong. It would take more than likely some sort of catalyst to break support on gold and silver. All right? Some sort of massive profit taking. All right, so there's the precious metals. Now, excuse me, onto the dollar. It's what we were talking about this morning, right? That we had this big dollar weakness event, this is DXY, not the dollar. It's an index. It's a bunch of different currencies, but usually it's an easy way to look at dollar strength and weakness. So there's that. We were in a series of longs. Those broke. So we've got this pullback right here. All right, this would be brief dollar strength in the dollar weakness. Okay, so we're just kind of going sideways right now. I didn't really go anywhere, but that's what we're looking at. We had this big dollar weakness event, right? So we'll see if we get some dollar strength and then sell off. Now, the precious metals are brushing it off. The precious metals been brushing it off for a while, and if you look, the indices have as well. So the dollar at this moment isn't having a big effect on our indices or our precious metals. Now, if we stay in dollar weakness trades, eventually you will see that become a tailwind for the indices. Okay. Now I want to look at one thing while I've got you. I haven't looked at this since this morning, or looked at these since this morning. All right. So there's the 30-year. All right. There was the sell-off. All right. These are the bond markets. Now the 30-year didn't break. Okay, it didn't break the long, but the 10-year did. Right. So there's the 10-year. There was a long from lows. The 10-year broke. All right. So the 10-year, it's got a pullback, right? You can see the pullback right here. All right. There's number one target. Right. So there could be another measured move here that we can pull back into, unless we go into extensions, right? So we'll see. Remember, bonds down, yields up. Bonds up, yields down. So, we'll see. But this right now is saying higher for longer. Bond markets are saying higher for longer, as far as our overnight rates, as far as the FOMC rates. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, that's what the bond markets are saying, but we'll see. All right. Go back to this. Oh, whoops. There we go. Oh, come on. All right. Anyway, moving on. Okay, so to the actual currencies. All right, here's the dollar yen. So you can see the dollar yen made a pullback, right, into longs. This rising is dollar strength. This falling is dollar weakness. So the next pullback we made was from December 23rd to highs. There's the pullback. All right. So we're kind of trapped right now. There's the short from highs and there's the long from lows. So kind of a battle over the trend here. Right, not really doing a whole lot. But what we need to watch out for with bonds doing what they're doing and the dollar doing what it's doing is an unwind. And you're probably going to hear about it on the news. Okay, but we're not there yet. All right, so there's the dollar yen. Moving on to the euro. See, there's that big spike. Right, there's that dollar weakness. Okay, and we're just watching for these pullbacks. Okay, so again, we could have brief dollar strength. See how everything's connected? We could have brief dollar strength back into dollar weakness. All right, and that dollar weakness eventually would put a tailwind behind the precious metals and the indices. All right, moving on to the British pound. Remember the British pound, all right, it's right back up at these shorts. Now, the pound's in a little bit different scenario, right? It's in this short, but it hasn't gotten through it. Oops, right? Now, the euro broke shorts. Right, so what we're going to watch for is the same pullback. Okay, now normally we wouldn't want to trust this too much because we ran into the short first, right? But if the euro holds, then the pound's going to go with it. If the euro doesn't hold that pullback, then the pound's still got this room to fall all the way back into support that we've had drawn up here forever. Okay, so we'll see. And you can see there's not a whole lot going on with the dollar right now. Okay. All right, so back to the indices. So the VIX has made this pullback. Okay, so we've made the pullback now. All right, so that's what we're going to watch. All right, if it goes through, indices are going to fall back down to lows. We hold it, start to head south, then the indices are going to lift off. All right, what's the bank doing? Is the bank giving us any help or hurting us or no? It's going sideways. Okay, so bank's coming back down to support. All right, so we'll see. So that's right where we are. There's the VIX of resistance. There's bank of support. Now we just got to see a reaction. All right, now we just got to see a reaction. All right. Okay, so that's where we are. That's where we are with everything. What questions do you guys have going into the afternoon? Remember, this is kind of a Monday, right? Today's kind of a Monday. So we should see our participation kick in tomorrow at 10 o'clock. All right, we've got news, like starting tomorrow, we've got some pretty heavy couple news days. All right, plus all the geopolitical stuff going on. All right, so we're starting to get our reaction here on the VIX. I'd like to see at least a 15-minute bar close red. Right. Okay. All right, do you guys have any questions? Anybody? Everybody good? All right, cool. Okay, pretty easy day. So this short right here is a big deal. All right, this short on the VIX is a really big deal. All right, that sucker rolls over, right? Then it's got a long way to fall. All right, and it's got a long way to go. We don't want to stand in front of the indices. If the VIX holds this short and sells off, we don't want to stand in front of the indices. All right, get steamrolled. Okay. All right, NWO, thank you. We got Easy E and NWO. Not NWA, but anyway, close enough. All right. Okay. All right, very good, guys. I will talk to you guys tomorrow. Tyler, you got us?
Yep. Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it.
All right. Northeast Wilderness Outfitters. Very good. All right. Thanks, everybody. Talk to you later. See you, Tyler.
All right. See you, Aaron. Thanks, everybody. That's where we're going to wrap it for today. We're back tomorrow, 8:15 a.m. Reminder, both Tradeify and Lucid have 40% off going with code StockDads on a few of their different accounts. So make sure you guys are taking advantage of that while it's still around. Hope everybody had a good trading day. We'll see you guys all tomorrow. Peace out, everybody.